And we are live. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream tonight. We've got a big couple of games coming your way. Starting things off with the Washington Capitals against the New York Rangers in a huge Metro Division battle between two teams that are just 1 point apart from each other in the standings right now. And then the Battle of Alberta coming up later tonight. That one will be started by the time we get into it because that's a 9 Eastern start time, but we should be able to catch at least the last two periods of that game as well between the Oilers and the Flames. So it should be a great night of hockey, and we have a very special guest joining us here tonight. It is Jeremiah, the sports beard. You guys see him in the chat all the time, but he's joining me for this Caps-Rangers game. He's a big Capitals fan. And I know that his wife is a Rangers fan, so this is a very big matchup in Jeremiah's household, man. Thank you so much for coming on. It's awesome to have you here, and I am excited for some hockey tonight. Are you? Yep. Yeah. Both of these teams have been playing very, very well recently. Rangers have won 8 of their last 10 games. The Capitals have actually won 9 of their last 10 games. They're both playing great hockey right now. And it's always an interesting divisional battle when these teams meet. And I think with the way that they're playing and the current standings right now, it adds even more to it with them so close to each other. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the last few weeks for both of these teams have been really good, and teams that didn't have the best first 6 to 8 weeks of the season uh have really started to come into their own here and do a really good job. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely gonna be an interesting one. Um, See here, I did get the poll up in the chat, guys. So if you guys want to get your votes in on who you think's going to take this one tonight, we got the Capitals on the road. I believe they've won, I think, like 5 straight road games now or something like that. They've been playing really well away from home. Rangers on home ice, obviously here at MSG, and we'll see. I'm expecting a really, really good game tonight. All right, so we're getting ready for puck drop here. Trying to figure out this audio. You're not coming through on the, yeah, which is weird, because you're coming through to me perfectly fine. No, it's... I'm trying to... Because you're coming through Streamlabs, which I don't know why if you're coming through Streamlabs, it wouldn't go through the broadcast. That's the weirdest thing to me. Yeah, that shouldn't be what's causing it. Huh. Hang on. Let me try and look at this. This is so slow. Why is it? No, none of my stuff wants to work now. Oh my god, get off. Won't even play on my phone now. I don't know what the heck's going on with this. Oh. Alright, if I unplug my headphones, then I'm not going to be able to hear Jeremiah. Like, no. I'm not going to be able to hear him if I unplug my headphones. That's how his thing is coming through to me. I need to get it to go through Streamlabs as well. I don't know. This is... I've never used this collab cam before. I usually use Skype. Yeah, let's try that. All right, guys, we're gonna be getting into this game momentarily as these teams line up for the opening face-off. I'm gonna try and get Jeremiah in through Skype. I guess that collab cam that Streamlabs came out with doesn't actually work. So, and now Skype doesn't want to do anything either. But we are underway here. Rangers and Capitals. First period, working it down low. Caps in the offensive zone. Already an early save there from Shesterkin. Appreciate everyone coming by tonight. I know there's been a lot of you in the chat. Dominic, Go Caps, Wilson, Kyle, New York Islanders, Peter, Leaf 71, Underwater, Logan, Mike, Valerie, Eaterowski, Isaac, Axie. I'm trying to get everybody here scrolling through the chat. Trevor, DJ Blue, Michelle, Red Rubber, Jake, Darstar 1, BC Transportation, Vernon. What is going on? Really appreciate it. Let's see. Appreciate you guys coming by. These are two of the rising teams in the NHL over the past few weeks here, playing extremely good hockey. And we're 34 seconds into this one. It will be an offensive zone faceoff for Alex Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals, but the Rangers win it back defensively. Trying to work it around now. And another quick whistle there. I don't know what is going on here. All right. Trying to get Skype up now, but it wasn't working. All right, looks like it needs to install quick. Around it goes here. Rangers have it in their own zone. Trying to play it through. New York has it, and they're going to flip it up and out of the zone. Capitals take it back in front. All right, let's see. New York gets it up now through the neutral zone. Just under 2 minutes into this one. They're going to dump it into the offensive end. Only shot on goal so far belongs to the Washington Capitals. All right. I'm going to try and get Jeremiah up now here through Skype. Another good save with the blocker there by Shesterkin. All right, here we go. All right, let me.
So this is with my phone. I don't know.
A good save with the blocker there by Shesterkin. All right, here we go. All right, let me.
So this is with my phone. I don't know.
A good save with the blocker there by Shesterkin. Let's see
All right,
how
here
this
we go.
goes. All right, let me.
So this is with my phone. I don't know.
A good save with the blocker there by Shesterkin.
All right, here we go.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
All right. It keeps replaying over.
You hear me? Yeah, it's because I'm sorry. It's my fault because I have the audio on your thing. So I think now it should be a problem.
All right. Hang on. Just trying to adjust your window size here so we can get you.
I can turn it sideways too if it.
All right. Yeah.
That might make it life a little better for you there.
There we go. Perfect. All right, we got Jeremiah up now.
I don't know why it didn't go through the...
Yeah, I don't know. That collab cam seems like it's junk.
No, I'm gonna share my profile with you on my computer, and then maybe when we get to the I'm sending it to your Twitter DM, but maybe we can try it from the computer. So I'm on the computer. It's no problem to do it from my phone at all. In fact, my phone's on a charger and everything, so no big deal there. Just whatever. It might be easier for you, but if it looks fine and it sounds good,
it looks good to me. I'm not
okay. No, no point in messing with success.
As long as they can hear you now. I've never had a problem with it working through Skype. I don't know why the audio wasn't coming through on the cam, but it does on the phone. Skype.
Yeah, I was actually surprised it came through on the phone. It just didn't come through on the computer.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I had Skype open, so you know how it is.
All right, we're into it now. Capitals on the forecheck. Trying to work this one around. Protas takes good hit there along the sidewall. Keeps it in the zone and cycles down low for Hathaway. He's shoved along the end boards. Lingering over there, trying to dig it away from him. Out high to the point. Capitals. Fan on the shot. Back the other way. Speed now for the Rangers. Here's Kraftstov across, and that doesn't connect with anybody. Back out now. New York with it. Offensive zone. 4 minutes into this first period. Moved across. Kick to the stick there by Panarin. Back to the point. New York trying to find something to do with the puck now. Down low. Zibanejad. Away from him by Van Riemsdyk. TVR loses his stick, but the Capitals take the puck, and they're able to get this one up and out. They're going to throw that in wide of Shesterkin. That's going to be icing. Not the smartest icing there by Washington. But 15:40 to go here in the first, and we've got an offensive zone face-off for the Rangers on the way.
Okay.
Cole, what's going on? Tyler, I'm doing the Oilers and Flames as well. Diet Coke, welcome in. Victoria, good to see you in the chat. Cade, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Good to see you guys coming through tonight. Also, very, very tight in the poll in the chat right now. 51% Caps, 49% Rangers. You guys are very split on who you think's going to win this game.
I mean, that's kind of about how they've been playing, huh?
Yeah, honestly, they've been so close recently with the way that they've been playing, and they're 1 point away in the standing. You can not surprised to see it that tight. As the Capitals take that off the draw, they're going to clear it out, and that goes into the bench area. We'll get a whistle and a face-off right back down in the Washington end. Zarbian, what's going on? Welcome in. That's awesome. Your friend's at the Blues and Leafs game tonight. Fantastic.
So I have you now on my computer. I could probably dial you, but I don't want to mess it up. So we'll figure it out later. Maybe for another thing. This seems to be working just fine as long as you can hear me. And this is fine. I didn't need my phone for anything anyway. So I was going to say kind of the storyline that we didn't talk about before when we did our little pregame is no Ryan Reeves, who was kind of brought in to I mean, obviously Tom Wilson's not in the lineup for the Capitals and stuff, but the whole Panarin jumping on Wilson's back last year, that I thought it was really much ado about nothing. I think if Panarin doesn't jump on Wilson's back, it's not like Wilson was looking to hurt someone. It was just an after the whistle scrum. And I know Rangers fans we talked about Leafs fans being sensitive. Rangers fans are kind of notoriously overreaction on the social. I know. So they're having some problems with the clock, I think.
Yeah, they were trying to fix the game clock there, but it looks like it's back correct, and the linesman is going to redo the puck drop. But yeah.
I got it from OT. It's OT, third period, second period. Yeah, I don't know, man. I will say this, John, as someone who watches a lot of NBC Sports Washington, since the NBC has kind of defunct their NBC Sports.
Yeah.
Their production has not been real smooth.
Yeah.
They've been having some issues.
Oh, nice hit there by Abe Kubel right in front of the Rangers bench. Yeah, no more Reeves for the Rangers, but he really wasn't playing well the first part of this season. He was pretty useless out there.
He wasn't playing at all.
No, they ended up scratching him a lot. He's actually been way better in Minnesota than he played in New York. And the Rangers, I think, they've got enough, with Goodrow coming in, and they've got enough there where, I don't think they're going to necessarily be pushed around. And I think they've got enough younger guys coming up there that they didn't have the roster spot for Reeves, and it probably made sense to get rid of him while they could, and at least get a 5th round pick back rather than just ending up waving him away for nothing.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would say he didn't fit their team speed.
No.
He seems to be a much better fit in Minnesota.
Yeah, he's done well with them.
Yeah, they look good with him in the lineup, honestly. And the way I heard it explained was like Foligno and those guys can focus on just being hockey players. Greenway and because Minnesota, I didn't think they weren't a tough team. But, sometimes when you just add that, pretty hard to, there's probably not another enforcer on Reeves' level in the NHL now, right? He's kind of a dinosaur in that aspect, but.
Nick Delorier is pretty much the only one.
Yeah. But he's a pretty decent hockey player, too.
Yeah, he's a good fourth liner, kills penalties, can score. But he's got 8 fights already this year, and he's one of the last ones that's like that. Worked around now, taken by the Rangers up into the offensive zone. Brodzinski can't maintain possession as Gustafsson takes it away, and the Capitals will break out up ice. Over the red line into the attacking zone. Puck deflected out on that pass, trying to get it through to Ovechkin. Jensen regroups. Caps with possession again. Here's Strome, poked off of his stick. Rangers come back the other way. Kravtsov into the offensive zone, drops for Panarin, pass to the middle. Shot there by Trouba. That's blocked up into the netting. And we will get a whistle with 13:10 to go here in the first. And we get a stoppage now. This should be our first commercial break of this one. Washington and New York still scoreless, just under 7 minutes in. We're into it. Jeremiah's here. The audio issues are gone. They're fixed. We're good to go now the rest of the way. Jared, welcome in. Cole, good to see you. Tyler, this is a backdrop. It's just a picture backdrop that I got to use as the backdrop for the channel. Dominic, I hope you have a great time at that game. That is fantastic. You got Pens tickets for your birthday. Penguins versus Bruins, April 1st. That will be a fantastic game.
Isn't that the Winter Classic?
No. That April 1st he's going. So that will be the last. 1st. That'll be the last meeting between the Penguins and Bruins this year. Actually, that's right down towards the end of the season.
Yeah. Speaking of commercial.
Yeah, Jeremiah's got the shirt. He's already got the shirt.
Got to go get your off-the-wall hockey limited edition shirt. You can get it through Amazon. I got it before Christmas, and it comes in different colors and stuff. So I got this baseball tee, which I really like. It's great, and the quality is awesome, guys. And I give John a lot of props. His merch is first class.
Well, so I had very little to do with this merch actually, other than giving it the okay. But this is all one of my old hockey coaches who he has a business doing merch for a bunch of different companies and stuff, and he wanted to do a design for my channel. So I said, go right ahead. He put it on his store, and it's linked in the description where it says new merch. You can check it out there. It's not connected to my regular merch store. This is all through his website and his store that he does. But it was cool to get in touch with him again and have him do something for the channel for sure. All right, we're coming back now from this commercial break. Brendan, welcome in. Caleb, I don't know. I'm doing the Rangers and Capitals tonight as I posted from the start. So this is not a Bruins channel. This is an NHL channel. I do all different teams around the league, not just the Bruins. And I don't know, maybe somebody else is doing the Bruins game, but I am not. Around down it goes, behind the net, Capitals into the offensive zone. Alex, what is going on? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. Moved the other way. Kravtsov for the Rangers into the offensive end. Down in the corner, he gets hammered. And the Capitals trying to come back the other way now.
Yeah, Kakko got he's pushed in on that one there.
Worked around. Here's Hathaway. He takes a hit from Miller. Digging for it down in the corner. Taken now. Kravtsov again. And he clears it out. Both teams can get line changes as Jensen can go back and get it. 12:20 to go in the first. Moved over the red line into the offensive zone. Sherry sends it deep. Ovechkin goes in on the forecheck. And we are going to get a slashing penalty here. And the Rangers don't look too happy about it, but at Washington is going to get their first crack at a power play and a chance to take a lead in this game with 12:13 to go in the first period. Still early on in this one. And it is a slashing call against New York. We'll see who's headed to the box. Is it Lindgren? It is Ryan Lindgren, and he's given the ref an earful. Does not like that call. But 12:13 to go. I didn't see it happen live. I'd love to get a look at the replay. Lindgren is not happy, so I'd love to get a replay to see what they're calling there. But it doesn't matter. Washington to the power play and a chance to take a lead. 20th ranked power play this year for the Capitals. 11th ranked PK for the Rangers. So advantage Rangers slightly here.
I was going to say the big missing cog in the wheel here for the Capitals power play is no Oshie in the bumper, but Carlson was filling that role and he was doing well. And as we know, he got hit with the puck, so he's not there either. So it looks like I didn't see who they had there. Kuznetsov was up.
Yeah, Marcus Johansson's out there. He looks like he's playing the middle. He's
another
playing
penalty by Chris Kreider, looks like.
Let's see. Shesterkin made a nice save there on Kuznetsov. And we're getting ready for this face-off. Brought up now. Kreider, yeah, in the corner. Hauls down one of the Caps going to the corner there. That was Ovechkin. And Kreider yelling at the refs now.
Definitely a penalty. That was definitely a penalty. He doesn't much to stand on that one.
Rangers
got to score on the 5-on-3.
Rangers going 5-on-3 here. Ovechkin was trying to get to the corner. Kreider gets him wrapped up, headed to the corner. Ovechkin goes down. It's a holding penalty. Going to be a minute 40 of 5-on-3 time here for Washington. And oh boy, this is a huge opportunity for the Capitals to try and get out early in this one as they win it back. Here's Ovechkin at the point over to Gustafsson, who looks like he's in the quarterback position now. And working it around in the attacking zone, back out to Ovi. Ovi has it, switches with Gustafsson. Here's Strome to Gustafsson. Down back top of the circle, back to Ovechkin. He switches back with Gustafsson. Will now cycle to the top of the circle. Played out high by Kuznetsov. Over to Gustafsson. Gustafsson back to Kuzi. Kuzi with a shot. Blocker save there. Rebound chance. And they put it in on the doorstep on the rebound. It is Marcus Johansson getting the goal for Washington as they go up 1-0. 5-on-3 goal for the Caps, and they take full advantage.
So I was just saying the best thing about that power play for the Caps was it had nothing to do with Alexander Ovechkin. And I think it's always a way to score when he doesn't always have to touch the puck.
Yeah.
He's such a detractor, and they pay so much attention to him.
Yep.
So that was a good thing for the Caps. And they got another minute 23 to kind of
still a lot of 5-on-4 time. Still a lot of 5-on-4 time left here. That was a 5-on-3 goal for the Capitals. They remain on the power play, 5-on-4 for another minute 20 now as that's played back in their own zone. They'll carry up ice. Drop pass and now speed up to the neutral zone over the red line into the offensive end. Here's Dylan Strome with it. Caps will set up again on the attack. 11 minutes to go in the first period. Already with a 1-0 lead. Played over there. There's a nice shot block diving in the way.
Yeah, Charlie Lindgren, great shot block, man. Selling out for the Rangers.
Ryan Lindgren gets to that one as...
Oh, sorry. My bad. Other Lindgren.
Yes, Charlie's on the Cap.
Charlie's on the bench tonight for the Caps. Yeah.
Yeah, too bad he's not playing, but...
He's been so good, too. I really was hoping he would play in this game.
They got Kemper
and not
back
that Kemper's
in.
Been bad, but...
Schneider couldn't corral that one. Would have had a good shorthanded opportunity. But still, Rangers clear it all the way down. Caps have to break out of their own zone. 25 seconds left on this power play. As Sherry will send it back. Caps not getting much going with the 5-on-4. They did very well with the 5-on-3, but this 5-on-4 has been killed quite a bit better by the Rangers as we're down to the final 10 seconds. What's going on, Rick? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Great to see you. Back the other way. Right as the power play comes to a close, Brodzinski fires one on Kemper. Makes the save. We're back to 5-on-5 hockey. It's a 1-0 lead for Washington, and it will be an offensive zone faceoff for the Rangers when we get back. Second commercial break now, 9:50 to go in the first. And Marcus Johansson and the Washington Capitals have drawn first blood with the 5-on-3 goal.
I have to say, if you don't score in a 5-on-3, it's like,
those are tough.
Criminal.
Big missed opportunity for sure.
Yeah. I was going to say Washington is 7th in the PK. Net PK, they're 9th. The Rangers are 11th in the league in PK, and their net PK is 6th. So how they figure that net PK?
Shorthanded. Rangers are dangerous.
I did see Soul Searching Guru. I did see Canada got beat by the Czech team. And honestly, it always makes me feel warm and fuzzy when Canada gets beat. Sorry.
Luis, what's going on? AJ, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It's awesome to see you. Appreciate everyone coming by tonight. Sorry for the little technical difficulties at the beginning of the stream, but we're all good now. We're into the game. And this is off to a good start here as these two divisional rivals battle it out tonight. 1-0 game right now, just over halfway through the first period. And really appreciate you guys all being here. Please don't forget, if you're new or if you just haven't yet, it really does help out a lot if you can hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. And we're just trying to build a hockey community where everybody can come together, enjoy hockey, have fun, get to talk to great people like Jeremiah, and just have fun with the game. So appreciate you guys all coming by.
Yeah, appreciate you having me, John. This is awesome. Thanks, man. I'm usually with you anyway, just on the keyboard. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna pin that at the top of the chat so that everyone can see who the special guest is before there's like 50 people in here saying, who's that? All right, we are back underway. Rangers have it offensive zone off the faceoff, looking for the tying goal. Pass there from Capo. Kako is a little offline. Played down low by Nick Dowd. Capitals trying to break out. Kuznetsov and Gustafsson have gotten the assists on Marcus Johansson's goal. He's got 9 goals this season. Obviously, with all the injuries Washington's had. Oh, massive hit there. Lafreniere gets absolutely planted. I believe that was Garnet Hathaway. Just absolutely destroyed him. But 9 goals from Johansson, who's a guy that certainly would say past his prime at this point. That's pretty good production, but they've needed guys like him to step up with all the guys out of the lineup they've had to deal with.
Yeah, so with him, I think it just feels like he's part of the Caps family. He was drafted and developed by them.
Yeah.
So I just think he just fit back in with the team. He knows so many of the guys on the team. And, I think he missed the Cup team. He was not on the team that won the Cup.
Yeah,
so,
he was gone by then, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So, I definitely am glad to see him back and doing well with the Caps. It'd be nice to see if they made some noise there. And all the Canadian fans, I just kid, man. You guys are the best. So, I just root for the underdogs, man. You guys are always, you got Connor Bedard and Shane Wright. I hear about how great they are all the time. So when you guys lose, it's considered a big upset,
It's always a big upset for sure. And definitely anyone from the U.S. is not crying when Canada loses, and I'm sure it's the exact other way around for Canadians when the U.S. team loses. I'm sure that no one's upset about that. So.
Yeah. You guys don't give me any sympathy when we lose to you ever either.
Yeah.
So, but I will tell you, I like John don't have NHL Network, so I have no ability to watch those games. But I've been watching the highlights, and that Czech team looked big and strong and fast.
They could be a sneaky good team.
They looked like the better team on the ice, honestly, from the highlights I saw. But, anyway, let's get back to Caps and Rangers. Sorry.
Off the draw here. Caps trying to work it out. Rangers, good job along the wall to keep it in. Move to the middle. Kreider sends it over now to Lindgren. Lindgren with a shot. Glove saved by Kemper. And Kemper's going to snag that one with 8:12 to go in the first. There'll be another offensive zone draw coming for New York. Rangers here starting, after giving up that goal on the 5-on-3, starting to spend a little bit more time in the offensive end. And, getting some shots in here. But Kemper has been up to the task so far, keeping everything out. Offensive zone draw. Looks like Trocheck's going to be in to take it with Kreider on his left wing. And I can't tell who that is from here on the right. It is Jimmy Vesey on the right side. So
also a guy that they brought in, another one of those sons returning home.
Yeah, coming back, second stint with the team. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now Adam Fox holds behind his net. Mantha's at the top of the crease, waiting to see what he does with it. And they're just going to play some cat and mouse right now. Moved up, deflected in, and that's going to end up being an icing, as that was from well behind the red line, and Trocheck giving it to the linesman, thought that I guess, hit somebody, and the linesman disagrees and says that is icing, and the Capitals will get an offensive zone face-off out of it. Music Zombie Girl, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Sorry, guys, if I missed you in the chat. I'm trying to say hi to everyone, but we also got the game, we got the chat, we got Jeremiah. There's a lot going on here, so I apologize if I missed somebody. Caps take it right off the draw. There's a quick shot. Nice save by Shesterkin. Loose puck. Capitals keep possession. Here's Orlov. Down low. Good to see Orlov back for the Caps, because he missed quite a bit of time this year. And boy, the last thing Washington would need would be Carlson and Orlov out at the same time. So him being back at least somewhat softens the blow of the Carlson injury, although losing John Carlson's a massive loss no matter who's still around.
Yeah, Orly's been great, man. I'll be honest, as a Caps fan, I think he's been the best defenseman for the Caps the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
That includes John Carlson.
Jensen's going in the box here. They call him for grabbing the puck there?
Yeah, I don't think he closed his hand on it. They didn't like the call. It was definitely a hand pass, though. So they should have stopped it for the hand pass. But, they're starting to crack down on that.
They're really cracking down on guys. Like, if you glove the puck down and just put it down in front of you, you're fine. But they're really starting to crack down on guys, like, throwing the puck. Like, when you toss it out of the zone or anything like that, they are really starting to crack down on that. And I've seen that called. That happened with the Leafs earlier this year.
Yep.
There's been a few instances where they're calling anybody who takes their glove and like knocks the puck way out in front of them or out of the zone or anything like that. They're starting to call it now for the first time in quite a while.
It used to be just when the defenseman was like in the crease or something, right?
Yeah. It kind of largely went uncalled for a long time. Like, it was always in the rule book that you couldn't do it, but it was one of those things they just didn't really keep close tabs on. And it seems like to be a kind of a new point of emphasis this year to be like, hey, you're not going to be throwing the puck on the ice. Like, use your stick.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. And I don't really have a problem with the penalty. I didn't see the first slash. But since we are on the Rangers power play, I did want to bring up something tonight that I've found very interesting that I wondered if you noticed. Zibanejad's slap shot or setup just looks odd to me. He brings his stick way up like old school.
Yeah, it is old school. It reminds me of like Al McInnes.
Yeah, except for it's not very accurate. I was wondering, as someone that, we watch so much hockey, I just don't see anybody with his, and he's like, Ranger fans, I love Zibanejad. I think he's a great player. I love his story. Like,
I'd love to see what his curve looks like on his stick, because I think that might have a lot to do with why his shot can be errant at times. Because if you get a big hook on that stick, that shot's going off the glass 8 out of 10 times.
Right.
But It is. It's a very old school windup with the way that he does the slap shot. And I wonder if it would, I'd love to see a close up of his stick and see if he, has a big curve on that stick. Because if he did that with, I think, more of like a straighter blade, that would probably be a devastating slap shot. So we got a big scramble in the crease here right as the power play comes to an end. Kemper keeps it out. Kemper keeps it out again as the power play is over. Rangers do not score. That was a big sequence there for Washington, keeping the puck out of their net as it's taken back now by Miller. And we're back to 5-on-5 hockey with 5 minutes to go in the first. This game remains 1-0 Capitals. But New York now up to 13 shots on goal, and Kemper making all the stops so far.
I think Ovi put somebody into the bench there, it looked like.
Moving around now, there's Ovechkin. Big hit on Braden Schneider at the blue line. Rangers trying to get it out of there, or keep it in the offensive zone. Capitals trying to clear, not able to. Back to Alexeyev, down in the corner. And he's pinched off along the boards. New York has it. Back to the blue line. Here's Schneider walking it to the middle on the backhand. Can't get it through the traffic in front. Schneider just cycles down low now. Matt Irwin's first on it. Gets it up. And the Capitals will break out of the zone as Protas comes up. Tries to get a pass through, but that's taken away by Miller. And Keandre Miller now with 4:05 to go in the first period. Rangers regrouping back in their own end. Going to carry up to the neutral zone. Looking for the tying goal before this intermission. Worked around it goes. Played behind the net. Played over to the half wall. And out of the zone at the red line, stolen back by New York. Here come the Rangers into the offensive zone. Down in the corner. And Washington's going to be first on it, chipping it up the wall. And out of the zone comes Eller. Pass up to Jensen jumping into the play. Poked off his stick. Really good step up there by New York. That was Adam Fox. God, he is such a good defenseman.
He's great. He's great.
Worked around now. Played out through the neutral zone. 3:15 to go in the first. Back to get it. Washington has it over the red line. Into the offensive zone. Mantha passes it off. Back to the middle. Stolen by New York, but they don't get it out. Van Riemsdyk keeps it in. Back again. Pass into the middle of the ice. Doesn't connect, but it's played out high. Washington still has it. Orlov down low. Tries to get that one through to Milano. Puck's in the corner. The Rangers dig it out. Still can't get it out of their zone. Boy, oh boy, Kravtsov here not having a great shift in the defensive zone. 2 chances to get the puck out, and he doesn't. And now the Capitals are right back in on the forecheck. Schneider gets it up the wall, but nobody's there other than Orlov, who plays it back deep. 2:35 to go. Another shot. Nice pad save by Shesterkin. Around now off of a skate back through, and finally out of the zone comes New York. Couldn't get the breakaway pass through to Panarin, but he has it now into the offensive zone. Or at least allow for them to change the back end. Capitals quickly send it up. Kravtsov back to the middle. Caps back first on it. Trying to get it is Philip Hedl all over. Washington plays it down low. He was all over Irwin. Nice hit by Hathaway, but the Rangers keep it in the attacking end for now. Bad pass at the blue line. Exits itself back out to neutral ice. Played now by Miller as he's chased by Hathaway and Protas. Now Hedl sends it up. Through the middle, past Lafreniere into the offensive zone. Alexeyev back, now D to Irwin, up the wall. Chipped by Miller and out of the zone. Trying to get a big hit there was Hathaway. Doesn't get much of him, but opens the puck up, rips a shot. That one straight off pipe. So close there for Washington. But straight off the post. 1:30 now to go in the first. Capo Caco sends one, easily knocked aside by Kemper. Rangers need a line change. 4th line coming onto the ice. Round it goes now. Aries, what's going on? Nate, welcome in. NHL man, welcome in. Michael, good to see you. Played around now. Caps have it in the offensive zone. Good solid 3 to 4 minutes here. Straight play. With no whistles here over the last few minutes. These teams going back and forth. Caps back into the offensive zone.
Definitely the best kind of hockey.
Oh, yeah. No whistles, back and forth. Here come the Rangers up ice, trying to get it into the attacking end. It's played here by Kemper. Goes to his defenseman. In the corner, here's Gustafsson with less than now down to 40 seconds to go in the first period. Played by Alexeyev, who gets it up and out. Capitals deflected into the offensive zone behind the net. Shesterkin sends it up the boards. Final 30 seconds of the period. Caps still lead 1-0. And this is played by Lars Eller. Back to his D. Capitals not looking to make a mistake now. Moved into the middle. Here's an opportunity shot. Oh, big save there by Shesterkin. Getting that one with the blocker. That was impressive.
Mojo again.
He's been getting really good these last few weeks.
Yeah, he's buzzing. Mojo's buzzing.
Moving it back into the middle now. And that is going to do it. We finally end the first period as the horn sounds. Capitals with a couple of late chances to extend the lead, but it stays 1-0 on Marcus Johansson's 5-on-3 goal back earlier in the period, and that is how we will finish period number 1. We've got 20 minutes down, 40 minutes of hockey still to go between Washington and New York. And it is a 1-0 Capitals lead, as we'll have some time now to hang out and chill in the chat while we wait for period number 2 to begin. Thank you guys all so much for being here. We got a special guest on the stream tonight. It is Jeremiah from the Sports Beard. His channel is linked in the description if you guys want to check that out. And Washington here, 1-0 lead. Pretty solid period of hockey. Sounds good, Roblox Gamer. Clister, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Awesome to have you. Good to see everyone here tonight. Please don't forget, guys, if you're new, it would really mean a lot if you get that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of all teams, welcome and wanted here. We're just trying to build a hockey community where everyone can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. Appreciate you guys coming by tonight. Sai, good to see you in the chat. And we just made it now to our first intermission, so Jeremiah, overall, thoughts on that period? I thought it was a pretty solid, back and forth affair.
We could have had maybe 4 goals or so scored. I think 4 or 5, right? It could be a 3-2 game just as easy. Looked like quite a bit of high danger chances to me. Rangers got their fair share on that power play, it looks like.
Yeah, a lot of chances there. Especially, New York really started to pour in the shots on goal as that period went along. Kemper looked very sharp in goal for Washington. Obviously, Shesterkin had a couple of very impressive, just high-quality saves for the Rangers. And he wasn't as busy, but had to make some big stops. And both of these goalies looked very good. In that first period. And I'm leaning towards this being more of a low-scoring 3-2 kind of game. I just think the way that both of these goalies look, it's going to be tough to get the puck in the net against these guys.
Yeah, I definitely was a goaltender battle. The difference is the 5-on-3 goal.
Yeah.
These teams are very close. So, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, and I expected nothing less. Every time we play the Rangers, it's usually fairly close.
Yep.
Every once in a while, they've been known to blow us out. I think Zibanejad had his 5-goal game against us, but that was like an overtime game. So It's still one of those things where it's like usually pretty close, these division rivalries, Penguins. And, I think we've probably gotten the better half of the Islanders. Even like, we had Boston's number there for like 7 years, and I know we beat them after they won the cup, and then now it's like every time we play Boston, it doesn't look like we're in the same league as them. So
yeah, the Bruins did flip that script.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows. So
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. That you can get this off the wall shirt. I could have wore this one, or I could have wore the Halloween one, which is one of John's limited edition ones, which is very cool. And I think this is the logo from that, right? That's the logo from it. So I got this little sticker, and then of course this shirt there too, man. Get your off the wall swag.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Well, it just helps you and your channel, man. I can't be a fan in the chat, a subscriber, and not like rep your merch.
I do appreciate that. It does definitely help out a lot for sure. Czechia up 7-0 over Austria. Wow.
The highlights, they look, would you be shocked if they won the whole thing?
I'd consider them a sleeper team. It'd be a little surprising if they literally went all the way. I would not be surprised to see them medal though. Like if they got the bronze, or like if they medaled, I would not be surprised, because they have been. I think they're really flying under the radar with how good they are, and we see a lot of good young Czech players in the NHL, and every year it seems like Czechia is sending like higher quality guys to the NHL, and like they're getting drafted earlier in the first round and stuff, and I would not be surprised if they medal at all.
I would just say this: it feels like they've always had great players, because I always think of Jágr, Hasek, and like they're ridiculous.
I think there's like a greater volume of really good players coming from there now, though. Like they always had the big names, like they had some superstar guys come from that country, but I think we're seeing a whole team here that can play with the best. They've already beaten Canada. They're destroying Austria, who obviously isn't at that same level. But this is a team that can play with Canada, that can play with Sweden, can play with the US, can play with Finland. Like your traditional powerhouse hockey countries. I think this Czech team can play with any of them. And I think just to have a whole team at that level is really impressive. And I think that country is continuing to send better and better players and more high quality players as their program, their national program develops there.
You can get I don't know if you saw the odds there, but you can get plus 30,000 for the Flyers to win the Metro if you want to throw $10 away.
I would. You might as well take your money and light it on fire at that point. Like,
you know what though? I have to say, we were talking about this before the broadcast, because I'm a big fan of the Flyers broadcast team, which is Jim Jackson, Keith Jones usually. Yep. And then their halftime show is Scott Hartnell a lot of time. They used to have Taryn Hatcher. I think she's just doing NBA now, which is unfortunate because I was a big fan of her. And Al Morganti, who's a Hall of Fame hockey writer. He just got in the Hall of Fame, so deserves it. He's one of those guys that I used to read when I was a kid, and just he's so good too. So I have watched a lot of their games, and they are not an easy W like they were last year. And this is exactly what I thought you would get with this team, with John Tortorella coaching them. That they were going to be such a tough win, and last year you could blow them out 6-2, no problem. Yep. And iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
And there's a reason, Ovechkin said when they beat Pittsburgh, he was like, we knew we were winning the cup. We knew we were going to win. He knew they were going to win the cup before they beat Tampa Bay, before they beat the Vegas Golden Knights. It's like, because they knew they beat the best team in hockey in Pittsburgh. And I just feel like this, you could make the argument the Atlantic too this year because of how great New Jersey has played, but they've kind of sloughed off here at the end. I know injuries are playing a big factor there and stuff for them too, but everybody goes through them. I mean, the prime example tonight, look, the Caps on the back end are so deep. They look so good. TVR's played so well for them. Irwin's played so good. Gustafson's played well. Orlov is back. That's super helpful. I think if he was out, we'd really notice it. But they've got 4 good D, and they're missing John Carlson, and of course no Backstrom and Ovechkin, and I believe there's another defenseman, a regular, that's out. I can't think of it. I should have had it in my notes because I didn't think it would play that much of a factor, because I feel like the Rangers actually kind of pay it a little bit fast and loose on the D side. I like Lindgren. He's a tough, gritty guy. Definitely you're going to get the big hits from Trouba, but I feel like the Rangers break down defensively probably more than they should for, a top tier team. You know what I'm saying?
And that's when they need Shesterkin to bail them out, which he did
Right.
all of last year. And I think, that was one of the biggest differences from the Rangers last season and the early part of this year is Shesterkin wasn't bailing him out early in this season. But, over the last 2-3 weeks, all of a sudden Shesterkin's getting back to that level. And we're seeing the Rangers win a whole lot more games because of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's, 1A, 1B probably. I mean, you could make the argument that the kid in Long Island is equally to the task, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're good. Do you know that have you kind of studied the evolution of the Rush, why they got so good so quick? And I love it because, to me, I think the 1980 Olympic hockey team is the greatest upset in sports.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what anybody ever tells me. But Vladislav Tretiak, who was the goaltender for the Soviets, he got involved with the KHL, and they made rules that said no KHL team could have more than one foreign goaltender, and so it just forced them to really develop their
own goalies. Yep.
Yeah, and it's not like they had best. I remember Hobby Bulin was a pretty Vasilevsky, but look at the Russian goal. And this is the thing. Like, if Russia's playing in these events, they're not obviously playing in the World Juniors this year because of what's going on over there and stuff. But hopefully that ends, sooner and later, and we get them back in the fold because, they're top 5, in talent probably.
Yep.
And their goaltending is ridiculous. If there was an Olympics, like,
yeah,
who do they pick to play? I mean, right now it's Shesterkin or Sorokin, right? But it's both those guys have been good. The only thing I would say is Shesterkin might be the guy I would pick just because, the Islanders play so structured. They play so much more of that kind of the trot system that, that Lane Lambert kind of grew. He was the assistant coach with the Caps on that run too. So, and quite frankly, still, I don't know. I know Lamoriello has been known to fire coaches mid-season, and even if they're doing well, he's been doing it a long time. He knows what he's doing. But I was surprised to see Barry not stay there. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Trotz pretty much has said he's not going to coach this year. Obviously, beyond this year, it's definitely I'd love to see him back with somebody, but I think he wanted a break. I think that was partly his decision where he probably just his heart wasn't in it anymore. I know he wanted to spend more time with his family, he wanted to, have some time away. And he said, he's probably not going to coach at all this season. And, Islanders, they're in an interesting spot because they've played kind of differently this year. The defensive metrics for them are not as good as they were the past few years, but they're scoring a little bit more, and they have a little bit more of an offensive tinge to their game. And Barzal's ripping assists left and right, and they're going to be an interesting team to watch because they're right in the thick of it when it comes to this Metro Division right now. You've got 1 through 6 in the Metro Division separated by just 10 points. You've got Carolina in first at 50. The Islanders are currently in 6th at 40 points. And then you have the Devils, Penguins, Rangers, and Capitals all in between crammed in there. I mean, it's a 6-team battle for, 4, maybe 5 spots if you're lucky in getting into the playoffs. Right now it would be 5, but that wild card battle is going to be huge. It's quite the division to look at right now with the battle that's going on and just how many of these teams are still in it and are actually capable of making the playoffs. Because I really think any of those top 6 teams have a shot to be a playoff team this year.
Yeah, it's getting down to the wire. Like everybody, I know the whole U.S. Thanksgiving thing, but I mean, I think that trend is going to be changed a little bit this year. I think we're going to see some.
I think the standings are too close for that to kind of hold true. There's no separation that early in the season. Just my opinion. I think you're going to start to see more things shuffle from then on because the standings are so close that early in the year.
Well, I have 2 takes that I want your opinion on. One, I don't think we're going to get more than 3 teams from the Atlantic. And I actually thought the whole time that Carolina was the best team in the Metro, and I'm not surprised to see them sitting at the top. now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what your thought process is there.
Not surprised to see Carolina at the top. They're very much one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference and one of the best teams in the entire league. We saw what they did last year in the regular season, and they're at that level again this season. So not surprised by Carolina. Before the season started, I actually thought it was going to be the Atlantic that might send 5 teams, but Detroit hasn't been as good as I thought they were going to be, and the Senators haven't even been close to what I thought they were going to be. So that's kind of flipped it now to actually where Buffalo is looking like the most improved team in the Atlantic. And then now you've got the Islanders having, a better year than they did last season. Washington hasn't fallen off the cliff like I thought there was a shot they might. And New Jersey.
Well, just with their injuries alone,
I thought
they're not making it.
I thought with their injuries that this was going to be the bad year for the Capitals, and it hasn't been. They've played really well recently. New Jersey coming out of nowhere to becoming what they have so far this season. I know it hasn't been great for them recently, but all of a sudden now it looks like the Metro is the more likely division to send 5 teams, to say the least. And
I think with the Devils, though, too, they've now gotten some key injuries where they don't necessarily have the depth right now.
No, but
that team in 3 to 5 years, though, is going to be scary.
And the Devils gave themselves a good cushion with how well they played, so they're still at 22 wins. I mean, this is a team that has gone through a rough patch, is 3-6-1 in their last 10 games, and is still in second place in the division because of that cushion that they gave themselves early in the year, and that's really helpful.
Well, in Florida, Florida, we didn't even talk about the elephant in the room with Florida, right? Florida was the President's Trophy winner last year, obviously Atlantic Division team.
Yeah.
And they're not making the playoffs.
They do not look like a playoff team now.
That's a 500 hockey team right now.
They're not what they were. They're not what they were last year at all. All right, I want to say hi to a bunch of people in the chat because I've kind of gotten off here. Earth Citizen, welcome in. I also want to go over some other scores from around the league before this period starts as well. But Sherry, Earth Citizen, who else have I missed here? Dan, what's going on? Let's see. Axie's here. What is going on? Welcome. Thank you guys all for coming through. All right. Looks like I didn't miss too much. Hockey Legend, good to have you. Thank you for being here. Hockey News Reports, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. All right.
How many does it say you have in the chat there? I don't see.
68 concurrent viewers right now.
Okay. I was going to say, I think a lot of people don't if I have 10 in my chat, I die trying to keep up with it. So I'm so impressed by how you, Mr. Vivero, some of you guys do with just the sheer numbers. And you are you don't miss a beat, dude. You can do the play-by-play, and it's pretty impressive, dude. You really, I don't think the viewers sometimes appreciate how difficult it is to go to the chat, do play-by-play, and now throw in a crazy bearded color guy that is chiming in when we're not exactly in sync on the game. Which I'll try to. It felt like you were about 30 seconds ahead of me, so I'll probably just give myself a little buffer.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit off from you, but that's all right. Anyway, guys, quick. Bruins Senators still 0-0. We'll see if anybody can get a goal in the second period of that game. Hurricanes up 2-0 over the Blackhawks. Nothing shocking there. Capitals obviously up 1-0 in this game. And the Islanders have a 1-0 lead over the Penguins. The Stars and Predators, the Wild and Jets, and the Maple Leafs and Blues all will be dropping the puck momentarily within the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll have 3 more games getting underway. We're about ready to start the second period here. Appreciate you guys all watching. Marcus Johansson has the only goal of this one so far. The Capitals up 1-0. It was a 5-on-3 power play goal, and that's been the only scoring. Darcy Kemper and Igor Shesterkin both have been awesome in this game between the pipes. So we're going to line up now and get ready to go. Zibanejad against Eller. And we are underway in period number 2. Special guest tonight is Jeremiah, the Sports Beard. Great to have him on. He's a Caps fan and a big supporter of the channel. It's been awesome talking with him tonight and getting his insight. on this matchup and other things going on around the NHL. But we are into second period action as that's back out to the neutral zone. Rangers have to regroup just about 25 seconds in. And it looks like we got a delayed penalty call because Shesterkin's skating to the bench. So as the Capitals touch that puck up, we're going to get a whistle. I did not see this happen live. Looks like it's going to be Eller. Might be Eller. The camera just panned to Eller. So we'll see if it's him. But it looks like we are going to the power play here for the Rangers. They are 0 for 1 on the power play so far. They're going to get another shot at trying to tie this game back up.
I was shooting the Caps 13-8 too. That looks.
Oh, high stick caught Zibanejad. All right, I saw it there along the boards. Got the stick.
Yeah,
up,
accidental play.
Got the stick up on Zibanejad there. Oh no, it's Orlov for tripping.
Oh. Okay. I didn't see it at all. Okay.
That must have been why Zibanejad went down there. I was looking at Eller along the boards because the camera immediately panned to Eller, but it's Orlov in the penalty box.
Nate Rodriguez in the chat keeping us on our game here.
Rangers set up now in the offensive zone, looking for the tying goal. Played across here, taken by Panarin out high, across to Fox. It's Orlov in the penalty box. It's going pretty well, Jay. How are you? Thanks for stopping by the chat. Hope that you're doing well, and appreciate you coming by. Unknown, welcome in. Thank you for being here. We're back out high again. Rangers set up with it to Panarin from Fox. He plays it down low. Back to Panarin out high. Across to the middle. Fox looking for a shooting lane. Nothing there. Gets a redirection in front by Kreider, and a big save there by Kemper. Around back. Fox keeps it in. Rangers still on the attack. Shot from Panarin gets blocked, and the Caps can clear it all the way out. Kosi, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's get some new sub hype in the chat for Kosi. Welcome to the channel. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Kosi Kalan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome to have you here. And hope you enjoy it as the Capitals send that one all the way down again behind the net. 18:15 to go now in the second period. 45 seconds left on the Rangers power play. Again, Rangers 0 for 1 on the power play so far, as they're looking for a tying goal. Already 15 shots on goal.
Yeah, we're synced up pretty good now, like right there. So
beautiful. Back out. Here's Capo Caco to the point. Trouba to the far side. Back to Trouba. Nothing opens up. Gets it to Caco again. Caco is going to move it to the middle. Nice block there, and the Capitals clear it out to the neutral zone. Hey, thank you so much, Jay. I hope you did as well. Christmas was pretty good for me. Had a nice time. So
Bruins up 1-0. Jake DeBrusk.
Hey, DeBrusk with another goal. Beautiful. Pens have also tied the game against the Islanders. So some good hockey going on around the NHL tonight. Taken up now into the offensive zone. Drop pass. Here the Rangers on the attack. Driving wide. Looking to get it to the middle. Power play is over. We're back to 5-on-5. Caps kill off another one. Continue to hold this 1-0 lead. Played around now. Rangers back in their own zone. Up the boards. Kept in by Washington.
Yeah, that was Bergeron. My bad. Completely Bergeron. It was.
Oh, it was Bergeron. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he's so good. I can't wait to see that guy in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, he's my all-time favorite player.
Oh, you picked a good one, man.
Around down behind the net. Here's Jensen. Jensen up to Kuznetsov. Capitals are out of the zone. Now into the offensive end. Sonny Milano. Pass back to Kuznetsov. His shot attempt ends up blocked wide to the corner. Taking it now. The Rangers will carry up the other way over the red line into the offensive zone. DeBrusk got an assist on it. All right. Thank you, Nate. So
they might be challenging it for offsides. It's very close in the Bruins game. which I wish they would do away with that completely.
I get annoyed with the offsides for sure. The challenges for sure. Is this problem? Now here's Mantha. What a move! Oh, Shesterkin on Mantha. Absolutely robs
Too
him.
casual.
And a massive pad save there by Igor Shesterkin as he robs Anthony Mantha, who was in all alone behind the D, but couldn't tuck it by the pad. And this game continues to stay 1-0 because of this stellar goaltending.
So he gets 2 or 3 plays like that a game now and doesn't score. He is the most unlucky guy I've ever seen. And I did not know this about Anthony Mantha until this year. Do you know he broke all of like Mario Lemieux's Quebec Major Junior League
I did
stuff?
not. I knew he was a good goal scorer in juniors, but I didn't know he was that good.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how incredibly good he was in juniors. And he's basically a third liner for the Caps, but you just see these flashes of brilliance. It's so frustrating. I'd like to see the guy get a few goals because, I know his grandfather played and stuff too. It's so sad.
And now Capitals dump it back to the offensive zone behind the net. Harper sends it up the wall. And he can't get it out as the Caps keep it in. Just about 5 minutes into this second period, Harper with a big hit on Eller. Knocks him down. Rangers come back the other way into the offensive zone. It goes.
Interference in my book there. Guy didn't have the puck. That should have been called. But
behind the net. Moved up. And Alexeyev clears that one out. Into the offensive zone. Here's Johansson. Can't get it through the 4 Rangers that were back. And that allows New York to take it as the Caps will finish their line change. Now it's brought up into the offensive zone. Fires a high shot there. Philip Hedl right into the glove of Darcy Kemper, who snags it with ease. And we get a whistle now. 14:39 to go in the second. Ozone draw for New York on the way. Game is still 1-0. Hey, Rick. Dropping a 5. Let's get some dono hype in the chat for Rick, everybody. 5 on the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. That is awesome.
So they did wave that goal off for Bergeron, it looks like, which is so unfortunate because, it was probably this much offsides. I just feel like the spirit of that rule has been ruined by this stupid offsides challenge.
Yeah, the rule is put in for, like, blatantly obvious offsides. Like the puck.
4 feet, an advantage.
Yeah.
Not this. This is soccer offsides that they're reviewing. I hate it. It's ruining the game.
I don't like it either because an inch does not make a difference.
No, it's ruining the game. It's ruining the game because they're stopping the game to review this stuff. I hate it. It has nothing to do with how that goal was scored.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. Especially like on that play, it was a rebound. Bergeron top shelves it. It's like, give me a break. It was way after the fact the puck had been taken in too. I think they need to limit the time they review it.
Well, the league existed for how many years without offside reviews? I think why don't we just let the linesmen do it, and that's the way that it goes.
I'm 100% with the human error. In the playoffs, they can review it if it's blatant offsides or like a hand pass or something like we've been seeing. Like, I know that one game they made that rule where they could review the hand pass or whatever, but it's just like
all because it happened once in that Blues Sharks playoff series.
You exactly know which one I'm talking about.
Eric Carlson like batted
should have
the
been
puck.
waved off. But they're going to miss, and it's like, okay, it's an unfortunate thing. You don't want things to happen, but you're going to tell me a competitive advantage is gained by this much of a... Just not. I don't agree.
I think they should limit the amount of time that, like, if the goal happens, like, more than 15 seconds after the zone entry or whatever, then you shouldn't be able to review it. Because at that point, the entrance to the zone has zero effect on the play.
Yeah, if the defense has had time to establish a defensive posture, not reviewable.
Yeah, no. It's a waste of everybody's time. Most reviews are a waste of I would rather have the human error of the referees and just deal with that. Like, that's how sports were for 100 years. Like, we don't need every freaking play getting reviewed. It's just.
Well, I will say this. I am 100% in favor of getting rid of the umpire behind the plate.
I don't watch enough baseball to really care, but.
Well, yeah, me neither. But I'm just saying, like, a machine can do it.
Yeah,
a ball is a ball, and a strike is a strike.
I'll miss the arguments though.
Well, I mean, I remember the late great Vin Scully talking about this. So when they review, because baseball is a game where it's played at such a different pace.
Yeah, it's
right?
a slow game to begin with.
Yeah, it's okay to review home runs and calls at first, and I don't mind it as much in that game because the tempo of that game. But hockey is a game that is meant to be, like we were just talking earlier. This game, it's so much better when we don't have stoppages and plays, and you can just do the calls and yada yada yada. It's and I get the what AJ Rendell in the chat says. Look, AJ, we just said they can review it in the postseason. Like, it's okay, but if it's this much offsides in the postseason, I don't care.
I just don't care.
If the guy's 7 feet offsides, fine.
They played hockey for 100 years without offside reviews. Like there's been 100 Stanley Cups without offsides reviews. Like
I'm over it.
I just don't care. The referee makes the call and you live with that call. That's the way that it goes. That's how sports have always been.
Now you're like holding your breath. Are we offsides? Was it at this? Was it that?
Are we going to stop the game for 5 freaking minutes every time there's a close call? No, it's a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, I really
play the game. Just shut up and play the game. The referee is part of the game. Always has been. Officiating and officiating errors are a part of sports. Always have been, and that's just the way that it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I feel the same way about the offside reviews in soccer too. Like, if you can't physically tell by the line of sight, it's not a competitive thing. You know, it just makes no difference. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm waiting to see.
Okay.
That puck just go up and out. 12:27 to go here in the second. And, we're just going to have a neutral zone face-off coming up. Rangers trying to get it into the offensive end.
Caps have actually been doing really well on the face-off tonight. I've been impressed. And they were one position ahead of the Rangers. 3 feet, Rick. But just keep that 3 feet playoff thing. And I get Rick, but you make up a point right now with the Brett Hull goal. They called it all year if you were in the crease, no goal. And then Brett's foot was in the crease clearly. It should have been no goal, but they're like, it absolutely had nothing to do with Dominik Hasek saving the puck because it was a stupid rule. And they got rid of it after that year of reviewing it.
Oh, that rule was atrocious. When you couldn't be in the.
What was worse than that was the 2-line offside.
Yeah, the 2-line pass. Yeah. Glad they got rid of that.
That slowed the game too.
Yeah. No, they really opened the game up when they got rid of the 2-line pass rule, which was another just stupid rule that just destroyed the flow of the game.
Right?
No, 2-line pass was in until the 2005 lockout. That was one of the major changes.
Right, but they didn't have it in the 70s and 80s, I don't think.
No, they did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2-line pass was like a very old NHL rule, but they finally got rid of it in 2005. And that really opened the game up, which leads us to speed, a lot more outlet passes, like long stretch passes through the neutral zone. Which makes for a lot more fun and exciting hockey. So Adam Fox takes it now, passes to his D partner. Still a 1-0 game here. Just kind of waiting on somebody to be able to get in behind these D. But goaltenders are playing really well in this game. Not a lot of scoring chances the last 4 or 5 minutes or so. Move to the middle here. Rangers trying to set up in the offensive zone, but everything's being pretty well kept to the outside.
Yeah.
As we got a spin around shot there that goes well wide off glass.
Well, and wouldn't you argue that's sort of the Rangers, probably one of their bigger problems with their offense is they are a little bit too much of a perimeter offense?
Yeah. They score, last year, especially the power play was such a huge part of their offense. Is All right, now we get Hathaway and Lindgren a little bit in front of the net. They're jawing back and forth. 10:03 to go here in the second. Not quite to our second TV timeout yet.
I always thought the NHL games, they have grinder, they should have shit stir. Garnet Hathaway.
Garnet Hathaway, yes.
Sean Avery, Darcy Tucker. He's cut from that cloth, man. And I love he's like a Mainer too. He's American, a Maine guy. You know, the guy really
I think he played at Brown, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a pretty good school, by the way. Ivy League school.
Quite the school, yes. Not known for their hockey program, but they've sent a few guys to the NHL.
Yeah. Well, you always see a guy from Harvard or Yale or something that makes the NHL because they just are smart.
Yeah. Brought up now.
You know, and sometimes you just need a guy that's going to make the smart play on the ice. And you see a lot of talented guys that don't ever amount to much because they're not smart hockey players, you know.
Played through the middle now. We're past the halfway point of this one. Second period, 9:40 remaining. Rangers back into the offensive zone. Played up the boards. And that one's going to deflect up and out of play. This should be the TV timeout now. Ozone draw for the Rangers when we get back from the commercial. 9:29 to go in the second period. First period goal from Marcus Johansson has the Capitals up 1-0, and that continues to be the only goal that we've had in this game.
Yeah, some decent like one-on-one scoring chances inside for the Caps, but like Shesterkin is one of those guys where if you don't take away his line of sight, he's so athletic. He's going to save it like 7-9 times out of 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
you got to get bodies in front. You got to try and get rebounds. You know, if you're going to score, that's how you got to do it. And you're very rarely just going to walk in and get a shot past Shesterkin. Like, you've got to get traffic in front and get a dirty goal in there.
Yeah, I agree, Rick. It's been going fast, man. It's a fast game when we're halfway through the game.
Good skating, yeah. Up and down these teams have gone. Matt, what's going on? RS Games, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. Hey, good luck with your surgery, Matt. Hope it goes well and they're able to fix everything they need to fix. Jean-Francois, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Good to see you in the chat.
Jean-Francois Benoit. I'm guessing he's Canadian.
If I had to venture to guess, I would say so.
Although, what's that American kid on Team USA? His name's like Cutter Gauthier or something.
Yeah. He's a draft pick of the Flyers actually from this past year.
Yeah, that's a Canadian name. That's American guy for sure.
Yeah.
Most assists, 84 of the Oilers. Capitals second in the league with 82. That's man, how high would that be if Nick Backstrom was playing?
Imagine. God, boy, they would. Cats would love to get him back.
Yeah,
I heard he was practicing.
Yeah, him and Wilson are both in contact jerseys, so I expect to see them like in the coming week or so. Speaking of, we were talking a little bit about Ottawa before you get back into the game here, and I know it's got started back up. I think we're going to get another face-off. Ottawa's been playing really well.
Yeah, they've been an up-and-down team this year as the Caps carry this into the offensive zone. Yeah, they've had their spurts. You know, a lot of hype around them going into the season, obviously because they've got Giroux and, you know, they made the Talbot trade and, you know, they had a lot of good, you know, they made the DeBrincat trade and they had a lot of good pieces added there. I think I picked them to be a lot better this year, and a lot of people around hockey did, and I think we might have jumped the gun a little bit because their top six is really, really good, but there's still some defensive deficiencies, and they're certainly not a complete team yet, but they do have a lot of good pieces in place. We got a nice hit down in the corner. Rangers keep it in the zone, though. 8.5 to go. Here's Panarin. Panarin kept to the outside again. Cross ice. Shot there. Misses wide. Capitals get it, and they're able to finally chip it out. So they're not a complete team yet, but they are moving in the right direction. And
on cue they scored, by the way.
They're a team that I think has gone through some really bad spurts this year, but have also gone through some really good spurts this year. And I think once they develop that consistency, get a little bit better on the back end, they're going to become a real force in the Atlantic Division, because we know they have the talent. It's just about putting it all together and really rounding out the defensive side of things, and they're going to be really good once they do that. Oh, here's a chance for the Rangers driving in, and Kemper still able to keep it out with Julien Gauthier driving the net there and gets a shot off, but Kemper holds his ground, makes the save with Gauthier right up in his face, and that ends up in an offensive zone faceoff coming on the way for New York, and this game remaining 1-0 Washington as the Rangers continue to fire shots in, but cannot beat Darcy Kemper right now.
I know Dan S. I was just kind of giving him a hard time there because I said the name was Canadian. I know it's French Canadian. I'm just saying. I was going to say I thought Ben Gustafsson was going to get a penalty call there, but looking back at the replay, it actually just Gauthier just fell. And that was Tim Stützle that scored for Ottawa on the power play, by the way.
Another one of those good, young, talented players that they have. There's a lot of great pieces up there. They just got to round out the defense and get the whole, get just everything kind of firing on all cylinders. They have the talent.
What are they looking at here?
Maybe did the puck cross the line? It's the referee. Yeah, the only thing I can think of would be, did somebody think that the puck crossed the line at some point when Kemper made that save? I don't think it did. But
did they challenge, or is this a league review?
This must be. I can't imagine a coach challenging, because I don't. Where's that puck? I can't even see. Well,
first of all, it wouldn't. I don't know that it would count because it definitely is in. But I'll tell you right now.
Well, Gauthier, then it's going to become, did Gauthier push him into the net?
He knocks into him. So it's in there. You can see it in between the legs. It's in. It's definitely in. But are they going to call goaltender? This will be a goal. I almost guarantee the Caps never get these calls. Oh, nope. They're going to call it goaltender interference.
No goal. Yeah. So the Rangers did not score there. It will be a face-off coming up. Philip Hita will take it for New York. An O-zone draw for the Rangers. But this game remains 1-0 again. And Rangers right off the draw with a chance and just ripped wide. Great set play there off the face-off. Kind of caught Washington a little off guard defensively, but couldn't get the shot on goal. And now the Capitals trying to clear it up the wall and out. Here's Johansson to the middle and sends it right back. Here's Washington, odd man rush. Offensive zone shot there and a kick save by Shesterkin. Eller with it now, working it around. Moved in front off of a body. Johansson keeps it in. Out there with Aubé-Kubel. Takes it now. Eller with a shot that misses wide. 7:05 to go here in the second. Steven, what's going on?
Did score.
Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it looks like Bruins tied it up.
Yep, Jake DeBrusk this time for sure. I got it right, I think. Yes, I did.
Back now, Alexeyev goes D to D. 6:45 to go in the second period. Turned over there by Irwin. Rangers have a shot and blocked. Alexeyev getting in the way. Good defensive posture there for him.
Terrible turnover.
Yeah, that was not a good turnover there by Irwin. Can't be doing that. The Rangers keep it in now. Aubé-Kubel with a big hit down below the goal line. Knocks his man down. Rangers trying to dig it out, but Aubé-Kubel will cycle it through. Rangers keep it in. Here's Trocheck spinning along the half wall. New York still has it in the offensive zone. Looking for a goal here, but that one's taken away by Eller. And Washington takes possession, and they'll clear it out to the neutral zone. 6 minutes to go in the second period. Here's Adam Fox back regrouping for the Rangers. They're out shooting the Capitals 19-16, but trail by 1 on the scoreboard. Only 1 goal in this game. Back pretty early in the first, and Since then, nobody able to beat either of these goaltenders, who are both playing spectacular net tonight for both of these teams, as this is played up by Strome. Rangers take it back in their own zone, away from Sherry, over the red line, into the offensive zone, driven wide. Rangers trying to get back in on the attack to the point, played there by Trouba, long shot deflected to the corner. Panarin sends it back to the point, bouncing puck. Capitals come away with it, and Strome will carry out. Dylan Strome to the offensive zone. For Shesterkin behind the net, up the wall to Kraftstov. Out now to Zibanejad over the red line into the offensive zone. He'll send it cross corner. Nick Jensen first on it. Jensen back up the boards to Milano. Capitals going the other way. End to end we go. And Washington's offside with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And we'll get a whistle.
Offside.
That was offsides for sure.
Yep.
Linesman
right.
was able to see that one for sure. Eternal Render, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Good to see you in the chat. We're going to a commercial break, second period action. No goals here in the middle frame. We are still in a 1-0 hockey game. Caps with the lead. Appreciate everyone watching tonight. Thank you guys for coming by. Please don't forget, it really means a lot if you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't yet. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. We're just trying to build a hockey community where everyone can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. Soon as this game ends, I'll be going into the Battle of Alberta, Edmonton Oilers against the Calgary Flames tonight. That game will have already been started, but we should be able to catch at least the last 2 periods of that one once this game comes to a close. So that will be fun. And just enjoying getting back into hockey as the NHL returns tonight from the Christmas break.
Yeah, such a nice little break. I'm glad they do it for their players. And I just feel like when you come back from these, the hockey always seems like it's such a higher quality.
Yeah, and definitely a good time of year. You kind of get those first 30 plus, 35 games in, somewhere around there. And then you get a little bit of a break. You get 3 days off, a chance to kind of hit the reset button and then come out of it with some fresh legs. And I think 3 days is like the perfect break time because it's not so long. Like if you're off for a week, you get rusty and it kind of takes you a game to get back into things if you're off for that long. But it's long enough of a rest to actually, really help you and rest you, but not too long to where you kind of get rusty and out of the flow of playing. So it's like that perfect length of a stop to come back and still be playing good hockey coming back and have some fresh legs in those first games as well, which we're certainly seeing with the pace of this game tonight.
Isn't Buffalo going to have like 10 days off now though because of the cancellations and stuff?
Buffalo's in a different situation because of the snow and the postponed games. So yeah, it's getting to the point where it's going to be too long for Buffalo, where they might be rusty that first game or two back. All right, we are back now. 4:52 to go in the second period. Offensive zone face-off for the Capitals. Kind of a stalemate off the draw. Eventually, Mantha tries to tuck one under the bar. Shesterkin able to make another
Mantha
save
gets
on that
a
one.
grade A scoring chance and cannot bury it.
Mantha again drives the net. Good opportunity from right in front, and Shesterkin makes a save.
And on a play where the Rangers really kind of won the faceoff. By the way, I was going to say, since Sonny Milano was out on that shift, I think he has as many points as Jonathan Huberdeau. Not bad for a waiver wire.
No, not at all. Table Bandit, what's going on? Welcome. Rift, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I bet, Jay. I've heard, the weather reports and stuff that just what's going on up in the Buffalo area is just absolutely insane.
Well, like 55 plus people now are dead.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
I know. No, and that's not something that really ever happened. Not from snow. I mean, it's not like it's a hurricane. Like this just for snow to be this big of a disruption is not something that happens very often.
Yeah, but even in a hurricane, you don't get like you know.
Yeah, but Buffalo couldn't get to Columbus. That's why tonight's game was postponed. Buffalo, the airport's shut down. They can't go anywhere. So they couldn't leave Buffalo and get to Columbus. And I wonder, how long is it going to be before they can open up travel again?
I think they're starting to get caught up there, it sounds like.
Yeah, hopefully. Because Buffalo, I believe, is supposed to play Detroit on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So
2-1 Ottawa, DeBrincat, looks like.
Wow. A lot of people were ignoring the driving bans, and they'd go out and get stuck, and then they froze. Yeah. I mean, when they put out a ban like that, there's a reason. They know what's coming, and there's a reason. We got a shaken up Ranger player here. It looks like it might be Vinny Trocheck, and that allows the Capitals to break up ice into the offensive zone. 3-on-2. Chance in front, off the stick. Second chance, they score! It's Eric Gustafsson on the second chance opportunity. It's a 2-0 lead for Washington with 2:59 to go in the second, and a big goal there for the Capitals to finally extend their lead.
That's been just a house of fire. He had that hat trick against the Leafs, and
wow, big goal there. Finally, after all this time, Washington is able to extend the lead. And Gustafsson on the second chance originally thought it was going to be Sherry, but the puck rolls off his stick. Shesterkin pokes it away. And Gustafsson just following up the play, doing what he's supposed to do. Fires one blocker side from the slot and puts it home. And
that was basically a 4-on-1 too. I mean,
big goal from a defenseman there for the Washington Capitals. And Gustafsson, who I will certainly say has not been my favorite player his career. He's a guy that I've never... His defensive game has always kind of turned me against him, but he seems to be having a very good year with the Capitals this year. Certainly a lot better than he's played his last couple of stops.
Well, he's fitting into that Laviolette defenseman jump into the play system, and he's played really well defensively for the Caps, actually. He's getting the puck out. He's not putting himself in that position where he's got to play extended D. I think maybe where he played before. Didn't he play for Philly? And
Chicago.
I just think they were probably asking too much from him to play top line minutes, and he's a skill up. What are they challenging here? See, again, this is my problem. So he's pushed in. Lindgren pushes Sherry into Shesterkin, but I don't see how that had any effect.
Did he even hit him?
No, I mean, that's a soft. If this is a no goal, I'll be like, wow, that's the softest goaltender interference. Again, this is my problem with these reviews. And I know it now. If they get it wrong, they'll have a penalty, right? But
yeah.
So I agree with that assessment. You can make things challengeable, but once again, this stops the game. This takes away momentum from the thing. We're getting a call here, so.
And it is a goal, as we thought. It is a goal. I don't understand these, all of these challenges here. I mean, well, first of all, there's barely any contact to begin with.
Well, and he's clearly pushed by Lindgren into the guy. This is a loser mentality.
If defensemen push a guy into their own goaltender, that's on the D. That is 100% on the D.
And they're never gonna call that in favor of you.
No.
NHL has actually been consistent with that call. So now does the Caps go on a power play here?
Yeah, if it's a failed coach's challenge, then Washington goes to the power play. And it will be 5-on-4 for the Capitals now as the Rangers failed the challenge.
Because I don't have the audio, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Capitals to the power play here. A chance to extend it even further. Nick, what is going on? Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. We got 2:45 to go in the second period. That's a goal all day long. Anytime somebody's near a goalie, we're going to argue for goalie interference is getting out of hand. I'm really glad they called that a goal because that absolutely should be a goal. And defensemen now are constantly pushing guys into their own goalie and then crying about goalie interference. It's like, why don't you just knock a guy into your own goaltender? Like,
I still don't think he makes the save there.
No.
I mean,
no. And,
even if he doesn't make that push.
Ooh, here's a shorthanded break for the Rangers. They are a dangerous shorthanded team, but Kreider fans on the shot. Ends up down low, though. They're killing some time. Already a minute gone off of this power play. Gustafsson will play it over. Johansson spins back and just going to make a possession play for the Capitals as they carry up ice now to the red line. And dumped into the attacking zone. Still 45 seconds to work with on the power play. Ovechkin across. Here's Sherry looking for a play in front. Oh, what a glove save by Shesterkin as he grabs that one on the net front presence from Johansson again, right in front. And Shesterkin grabs it.
But Shesterkin was very angry about something there. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what he was mad about.
Did he think it was offsides? I mean, Mojo doesn't touch him. He doesn't even whack at the puck twice.
I don't know. From the goalie's angle, you can't really tell offsides. I don't know what he was upset about.
Yeah, that was odd.
Anyway, a great glove save. And ensuing face-off, the Rangers cleared all the way back to the Washington end. Let's see. Pablo, what is going on? Randy, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Great to see you. Up into the offensive zone. Here's Milano with some speed. Passes it back to the high slot. That one's ripped wide. Capitals goals were scored by Marcus Johansson and Eric Gustafsson. As it's down behind Kemper. Final seconds of the power play here. Going to be popping off the clock as we go under a minute to play now in the second period. Capitals up 2-0. Goaltenders have been outstanding in this game, but no run support, so to say, to use a baseball term, for Igor Shesterkin tonight, at least so far. As the Rangers have killed it off, it's 5-on-5. Into the offensive end. Here's Eller. Eller shoots, and Eller scores! Blocker side again! And it's 3-0 Capitals as Lars Eller extends it with 36 seconds to go in the period. And that is a big goal for the Caps, who now have a little bit of breathing room with a 3-goal lead. Yes, I did, Jean-Francois. Yes, I did. Beautiful shot there from Eller. Certainly, that shot through the defenseman, that is so tough on the goalie. When he shot it basically through Jacob Trouba. Goalies have such a hard time reading that shot off of the stick because they've got that defenseman in between and they're not sure exactly where that puck's going to go. And Eller puts it in a perfect spot, blocker side. And boy, oh boy, 2 quick ones there for the Capitals. And now all of a sudden we've got a 3-0 game.
Which is the new worst lead in hockey.
3-0. Yeah, you do. 3-0 leads have been getting blown like crazy this season. Or not just 3-0, but 3-goal leads in general have been getting blown like crazy this year.
You got a big dono hype in the chat there,
that's
too.
That's how we're going to go to the break, though, as we get a little pushing and shoving between Harper and Hathaway. Harper's a big dude on the back end. I don't think Hathaway wants to actually go there. I think he wants to get under his skin, but probably not actually have to exchange punches. Harper's like, I think, 6'6" or 6'7". He's a big dude. And that is how the second period will end. We'll head to the intermission. 3-0 lead for Washington. The Rangers are gonna need one hell of a comeback if they're gonna try it in this one. And if not, the Capitals looking to continue their hot streak and playing extremely well on the road. Doing so far in this one with a 3-0 lead through 40 minutes. Randy with the 10. Let's get some dono hype in the chat for Randy. Lars Eller Goal Fund dropping a 10. Thank you. Really appreciate that, man. It's awesome to have you here. Thank you so much for coming by. Jeremy, welcome in. Good to see you in the chat. We have just gone to the second intermission. Washington has extended the lead to 3-0. And that is how we will begin the final 20 minutes of play. But we've got some time now to hang out and talk in the chat while we wait for this third to begin. And please don't forget, it really does help out a lot if you can hit that thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't yet. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. And we're just trying to build a hockey community where everyone can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. We got Jeremiah from the Sports Beard joined as a special guest for this one tonight. Zach, what's going on? Welcome. Good to see you. And we're just headed into the intermission here. Other scores. That's right. I wanted to run through the other scores because we've had quite a few games start up since the last time we did. So we've got the Senators up 2-1 over the Bruins. Hurricanes continue to lead the Blackhawks 2-0. Islanders have taken a 2-1 lead over the Penguins. Stars up on the Predators 1-0. We've got a 2-1 game between the Wild and Jets. Wild in the lead there. And Maple Leafs up 2-1 over the Blues.
I got to get your score app for when I'm on the computer.
Yeah, ScoreCheck. Link in the description. Scott, a subscriber from the channel, made that. And it's very, very good to use when I'm trying to work on stuff and then just can peek over and check the scores. Let's see. I was just going to look at something, and I forget what it is, so never mind. Seth, what is going on?
Normally when you do that score chat, I'm on my iPads, or I'll have you on the big screen or something. And so I never think to do it. I'll have to do it before we're in. Hey, I was going to say, if you'll have me, I'll stay on for Boa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we got to do a beer.
Yeah.
And maybe a shot of Pink Whitney or something, because, we always talk about it. I never do it in real life because I'm on the keyboard. But if I'm on the show, we got to do it, man.
Yeah, I got to finish this monster, and then I'll go grab a beer for the second game. I don't have any pink.
I might get a Rain. I'm a Rain guy. I don't know. Have you tried Rain out?
No, I have not.
Hey, as far as energy drinks go, it's got a lot of good stuff in it. Okay. I would definitely give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll have to try it out.
Go ahead and take your break, and I'll stay on because I'm going to take a break when you come back, so I can answer some questions in the chat.
All right.
I see some people are figuring out that I'm actually Jeremiah Maxwell.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick and
I'll do the same when you come back.
All right, perfect. So Jeremiah's going to take over for a second here, guys, and then we'll be getting ready for this third period, which will be coming up within the next probably 12 minutes or so. But I'll be right back in a minute, and you guys can chat with Jeremiah, who will be here on the stream.
All right. Yeah. Hey, I will say this game is a microcosm of the Rangers season, right? They're not getting a lot of secondary scoring. They're not getting the season they had from Chris Kreider last year. It's going good, Axiom. I think it's Axiom, right? AXY0M. I'm going to say Axiom. Hey, Rick, the dogs are doing okay. One of my dogs, actually, we had to take to the emergency room yesterday, so they're $600. That's why I have pet insurance, so we get all that refunded. Nate, my Christmas was awesome. And in fact, you can't see it real well, but my Christmas gift's hanging behind me. My wife got me the OV Reverse Retro. So sweet of her. I got her actually a pretty cool V-neck Rangers hoodie. So, yeah, Soul Search Guru. I appreciate that. It's awesome to get to talk with you and chat with you. Dan, I'm a Caps fan for the most part, but really, Dan, I'm a lot like John because we cover this stuff. Oh, Rick, the dog's okay. He got bit by another dog or something, and his face got infected. So, he's doing okay. He's right here, in fact. Hey, Bone, you want to say hi? Here he is. He's got his little donut. He's not too happy with me. I got all my dogs in here. No, I'm Dan S. I live in Anchorage, Alaska. So I'm 4 hours behind the DC area. But I spent 25 years in the military for the U.S. and spent some time stationed in the Virginia area, and that's how I became a Caps fan. So yeah, that's awesome, Axiom. He's up there for me. I still say Doug Gilmour, probably my favorite player of all time, but Ovechkin's right there, man. I've had so much fun watching him play, and the Caps. they had Bonsai. He was great, Peter Bondra. And they had Yager for a while, but yeah, thank you, Randy. I appreciate it. My privilege. My wife's family is Canadian, so her Uncle Dale served in the Canadian Special Forces. So I have a special affinity for Canadian military too, and know a lot of people that served in Afghanistan and stuff that were Canadian. So I did have an OV Team Russia jersey too, Seth. But that was one of the jerseys when I donated a bunch to the Scotty Gomez Foundation up here. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, Rick, I have a Doug Gilmour Leafs jersey in my closet, buddy. I could not get rid of that one. I used to have an autographed one. So well, I'll let John take back over.
Yes, I'm here.
And I'll take my bathroom break. Dan asked, my wife is pretty much from Alaska. She was born in Manitoba. So
all right, so we're getting ready here. I am back. We've got third period action coming up, but obviously we still got a bit of time left to go in this intermission. And Washington with a couple of late goals. This was a 1-0 game for a long period of time, and it stayed 1-0 for a long period of time. But late in that second period, the Capitals were able to get a couple quick ones back-to-back and really bust it open to 3-0 now, and putting themselves in a very good spot for this third period. Obviously, we've seen a lot of 3-goal leads disappear this season. That's kind of been a trend around the NHL. It's like how 2-0 used to be the worst lead in hockey. It's kind of becoming 3-0 is the worst lead to have now. But, we'll see. I mean, if the Caps play 20 more minutes of solid hockey, they're going to be skating out of here with a win. And obviously the Rangers are going to have to push really hard to try and come back in this one and pull off a major comeback here in the final 20 minutes. So should be an interesting third. We'll see how these teams play and how things look and who's able to come out of here with the 2 points. And then as soon as this game ends, we're going to go right into the Battle of Alberta, Edmonton against Calgary. That should be a really fun one. Unfortunately, it is the last meeting between Edmonton and Calgary this season. I don't know. The brilliant schedule makers at the NHL decided that there were only going to be 3 Oilers-Flames games this season, and they all were going to take place in the first half of the season. So we're not even to January yet, and this is already the last Battle of Alberta, unless they happen to meet in the playoffs again. But obviously, with the way that both of those teams have done this year, it seems somewhat unlikely for that to happen. So, I don't know. This is our last shot at a Battle of Alberta, and it's December 27th, and we're already to the last game of the season series, unfortunately. But nonetheless, that should be a fun one that we'll get into once this game comes to a close. So
got this.
Jeremiah's got the pink. I don't have any pink right now, unfortunately.
Okay.
I do have some Jameson sitting over there on the table.
Well, that'll count. That used to be my go-to, actually.
Oh, perfect.
I'm not much of a drinker anymore, but if I do drink, I drink the good stuff. So,
yep.
I actually become a Woodford and Reserve guy.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. But that's great stuff. So yeah, I got the Modelo. I'll do a beer with you.
Oh, nice.
I gotta have the lime though.
Yeah.
So
I got a nice cold Molson Canadian here.
Yeah. So now that I get to talk to you, like instead of chatting, and you've done a great job of articulating, what did you think of the big deal?
Oh, it was good.
Okay. Worth the price? How much was it for a 12-pack?
Honestly, I bought other stuff with it, and I didn't even look at the receipt as to how much each one was. It wasn't expensive. It was probably, I think the 12-pack was probably like 12, somewhere between like $12 to $14. It wasn't too bad. Definitely worth it. I liked it. We'll definitely drink again.
Yeah.
And it wasn't what I expected. Like when I first took a sip of it, it was much more hoppy and had more of like actual flavor to it than I thought it was just going to be like your run of the mill, like Budweiser, Miller, Coors, like one of just your normal, like, American beers, but it had way more of like a hoppiness to it than I was expecting, but it was good. And I definitely would equate it to more of like a Sam Adams flavor as opposed to like a Budweiser type beer. It was definitely more, into that different category, but I liked it a lot and will definitely be getting it again.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's pretty much what you said on your broadcast when you had it, but I just, I know that you and I had been messaging back and forth because it's not here yet. It's not available here yet. So, but it's definitely something I'm intrigued, and they're already working on another flavor.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're going to go a little more darker and a little more richer. I think with those guys are getting older and they're kind of like, hey, we like nice stuff too.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I think we're seeing that they're the Chiclet fans that have grown up with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've met them in person. I'm older than all of them.
Yeah.
Except for RA.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I'm older than Biz and Wit easily, so, but not by a ton, or anything. I think Wit and I would have gone to high school together or something, but I'm definitely his elder.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, this has been a good game for me, but maybe not for the stream. But I expect the Rangers to come out here and probably get a couple of goals and make it interesting. That's just been the NHL this year.
Yeah, I don't call games over anymore. You just can't.
Lead is the new worst lead in hockey, in my opinion. It's not too.
Honestly, just having leads in general this year, it seems like it's teams. I've seen a lot of teams that get down in games seem to, I don't know, kick it into gear and find ways to come back a lot more than they used to in the NHL. And I think some of that might also be teams out in front, maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit. But it seems like I don't have any data or statistics on this. I'm sure somebody out there has been tracking and has all the numbers and whatnot, but it feels like there's more comebacks in the NHL this year than what we've been used to recently. It just seems like leads are getting blown all over the place on a nightly basis.
I think it's one of two things. I think when Tortorella said it's a dumb league, I think that is part of it. I think guys make stupid plays. They don't make smart hockey plays anymore. I think that is a big thing.
Yeah.
And I think just the speed and skill that's there now.
Yep.
Like, if I tried to describe McDavid to like a casual, and I just said, imagine a game where everybody drives like Hondas, but one dude's like a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just so hard to explain his like, and then the thing about him is I've seen, like, I went to the All-Star game, last year I went to the All-Star game in Vegas. And Kyrou won the fastest skating competition. And it wasn't close. I think McDavid was hungover, but because he looked a little bit hungover.
Yeah, he probably was, honestly.
I'm guessing in Vegas he probably was. And he didn't give a shit because I think he's won it like 6 times or 5 times or whatever.
I'm sure that's not near the top of his list of priorities.
But but what I love the skills comp. I know a lot of people think the NHL All-Star game, but that I was glad we went to that. The game was great too, but like it was a different day, and I just think that's always been my favorite part of the thing. And the NHL is kind of the only one that does it now. They still have the hardest shot and whatever. It's just neat. It's I really enjoy it. So but the thing that I marvel with him over anybody I've ever seen in the game, and you've seen fast guys, is that he just can do everything at that high rate of speed.
Yep.
He doesn't have to slow down at all. He just roof, and it's like, whoa, dude. And I don't think he's the best two-way player. There's some things, I think he's still got a lot to learn about the game of hockey. And
he's not great in the face-off dot either.
Yeah, but he does something that we've never seen any other hockey player do.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, you could make comparisons to him and Ovechkin. I know McDavid's a center and stuff, but like when Ovechkin burst on the scene, fast, powerful, hit like a Mack truck and scored goals like nobody ever saw before. I mean, he had over 100 points in his rookie year. I think he's 3rd or 4th all time in rookie scoring. He had 50 goals his rookie year, 52 or whatever. I would, a lot of people are like, oh, it's because of his stick. I go, what the goalies wearing equipment now negates any advantage these shooters get from the sticks they have. So you can throw that argument out the window, in my opinion. And I guarantee you he has 75 more goals if he doesn't have all these labor stoppages.
Yeah, he missed so much because of lockouts. You know,
yeah, he's already right there at Gretzky. He's 20 away from Gretzky, in my opinion, this year. And then, you know, he's doing it when he's 38 instead of maybe doing it when he's 39 or 40.
Yeah.
So I always said I wanted to see him get past Gordie Howe. I'm happy he did. I never care. I would love to see them go on another cup run, have him win one more cup. I hate the Crosby Ovechkin debate. I think it's the stupidest thing ever. First of all, the Capitals should have got Crosby. They were the worst team in the league forever. And but they knew Pittsburgh was stifling. They were probably not going to be able to keep that team there, and they wanted to keep some of that tradition. They had won some cups there, and they had one of the greatest players. So I'm glad Pittsburgh didn't lose their team. And I think Crosby's incredible. I appreciate him so much more now than I did back in the day even. But it's one of those things where it's like, it's such a stupid comparison. One plays wing, one plays center. They're not the same. Not every hockey player is. If you want to make, I had this argument, and I know the game hasn't kicked back on. I had this argument with my hockey watching friends years ago, and I said, if you could start a team, this was like 2006 or 7, with any center in the league, who would you pick? And I picked your guy. I picked Patrice Bergeron because I just thought, wow, this guy's so incredible. He wins 80% of his draws. I go, he's not going to score 50, but he's going to score 20. He's probably going to prevent 40.
Yeah.
You know, that's like scoring 60.
The goal prevention there is huge.
Yeah. And so nobody appreciates the two-way game. The Selke's my favorite trophy. Gilmore, obviously my favorite player of all time, won that trophy in 93. He would not win that award now, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, as good as he was, he is not. I think the level of the 100%, the level we talk about McDavid and the speed, Bergeron is one of those guys where it's like, I've never seen somebody he is so gifted offensively or defense. He's gifted offensively too. He's great offensively. He's not terrible or anything, but he's so gifted defensively. It's like, I've never seen somebody that great that plays forward at that position, you know, just like, and for 18 years or whatever, it's impressive, man. And now what's he making? $2.5 million.
He took a nice cheap 1-year deal.
Yeah. What a class act that guy is.
All right. We are here for the start of the third period. Capitals up 3-0. Rangers are going to need one hell of a comeback if they're going to pull it off here in the final 20 minutes. As this one's played up through the neutral zone. New York trying to keep possession in the offensive end. Sasha, what's going on? Welcome in. Avs fan, good to have you in the chat. Thanks for coming by. We got an early shot here. Shesterkin's going to make a save on Johansson. Boy, has he been all over the ice tonight. He is having himself a game. Getting a little older now, but producing this season for Washington, and he's had a phenomenal game tonight out there with Eller and Aube-Kubel on that line. And they have looked fantastic. I guess you would say that's the Capitals' third line. But, I mean, Eller's got a goal. Johansson's got a goal. They're having themselves a night.
Well, and we talked about when you were on break. I think this game is a microcosm of the Rangers season. They've gotten a lot of shots.
Yep.
They've gotten some high dangers, but they've played mostly a perimeter game.
Yeah.
It's just Shesterkin has kept them in it. And I still think they're in it. And the Caps have gotten, now that they've been on this roll, the Caps have gotten secondary scoring. There's no Kuznetsov hasn't scored. Ovechkin hasn't scored.
Yep.
You know, Carlson, Baxter, Wilson not in the lineup. Oshie also not in the lineup. Oh, there's a penalty or something.
That's going to be a high stick. Caught Fox right up under the visor there.
Accidental or just careless?
I think I think it was just careless getting the stick up. Let's take another look at it here.
Ooh.
Sherry just had him around the outside. Fox was not happy.
Well, he shot his head back. They all do this now where they're like shot with a 308. You know,
yeah. Well,
I mean,
they got to get the call.
yeah, what's funny to me is some of these incidental stick calls they call. I'm not saying like he didn't deserve the call. This is in the cap. It's in the offensive zone. There's that slap shot again. Isn't it odd to you? I was going to say it's like a smack shot.
Yeah.
It's not a slap shot and it's not a snapshot. It's like a smack. He's like, he smacks it. I don't know.
Ooh, that one just went wide. Rangers here doing pretty well on this power play so far with the puck in the offensive zone. Top of the circle, back across. And Zibanejad fans on that. Oh, knocks it down. Keeps it in the zone. Wow, that was a great pick out of midair there. Zibanejad
that's what I'm saying about Zibanejad. He's one of those guys, like, if he played like Patrice Bergeron, how good would he be?
Yeah, it's just so hard to find guys with that defensive level that Bergeron. They're just so few and far between. I mean, Datsuk had that.
Yep.
Jonathan Toews, I guess, early in his career was very much a Selke guy, but
isn't he still like leading the NHL in faceoffs?
He's great at faceoffs, yeah, but his overall play has just dropped off so much over the past few years. But
wouldn't you say with him though, it has more to do with just the injuries that he's had?
Health, yeah, the health has been a problem with him. But those guys are few and far between. There's a lot of great forwards. There's a lot of high scoring centers in the NHL. There aren't a lot of guys who also bring that elite level defensive play, and that's what makes those Selke guys kind of unicorns around the league. Is there's just so few of them, you don't see it a lot. And
so Bergeron's going to win again this year, right? I mean,
it's tough to say.
Number 6.
The writers, you just never know what the writers are going to go with, and I'd have to.
Barkov is injured. He's the only one that ever gives him a run for his money anymore.
Yeah, and Barkov hasn't had a strong season this year. I mean, we'll have to see.
Isn't that perplexing about Florida, though? I always felt like they're a terrible defensive team, but they had a player like him on there. You think it would just resonate through the lineup like it does with the Bruins, and that's why
hasn't been with that way with Florida. As Kraftstad offsides. Rangers offsides here. Yeah, Kopitar was another one who early in his career was very good defensively. He's really... he's not at the same level. He hasn't kept at the same level. Like, cup-winning Kopitar, like if you go back to the early 2010s, Kopitar was one of the best centers in the league and one of the best two-way players of a generation. But his play, as he's gotten older, has certainly kind of faded more than Bergeron's has.
He's a bigger guy, too, though. And I think that the game is hard on guys like that.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a small man. Like, and look, Bergeron's had his fair share of injuries, too, here. I'll let you get back to calling the game.
Played across.
We missed a couple of scoring chances there.
Gustafsson goes back to get it. Behind the net now. Just over about 3.5 minutes into this third period. Rangers power play's over. Whoops, I forgot to take that down. But, they didn't do anything with that power play either. Rangers power play not doing them a lot of favors in this game. They've had opportunities and can't find the back of the net, can't find enough sustained pressure. And, this is a team that, offensively, thing with the Rangers is like they're talented and they can score goals, but when they get off offensively, it gets really bad. And, it gets really bad when they're off offensively, and you might go for a week with seeing them get 1 or 2 goals over 3 games. And they're a team that they got to try and keep the offense rolling in the right direction. And sometimes there are certain points in the season where that becomes a problem for them. Is Zibanejad through the middle looking for Gauthier, couldn't connect on the pass, and the Capitals send it out.
Well, I was going to say, as you were talking about it, the first time they really get inside the circle there for a while, they have 2 chances where they probably should have scored.
Yeah, and I don't even think they got a shot on goal. I mean, their passing's just off here.
Well, but again, like, they're getting these high danger chances in, but they're refusing to play in.
Yeah.
I don't understand, especially I like Gallant. I vaguely remember him as a player, and he was one of those guys that made his money getting in on people and stuff. So I just am kind of shocked that I don't know, man. They're
so
just not
perimeter.
responding to him.
So perimeter.
Yeah, and look, they have great perimeter players like Fox and like Panarin. Oh, I don't think Fox is overrated, Rick. I think he's great. I think he's incredible. Yeah, I love Adam Fox. He helped me win my fantasy championship last year. Great player. And it's not his job to get in out of the perimeter. That's what you want from your defense, is to get the puck in down low. But I would like to see a little bit more internal game from Panarin and Zibanejad, and Kreider crashes the net quite a bit, but he's like the one guy.
Yeah.
And he's having an off year where he had 50 last year, and I mean he scored. I think he led the NHL in power play goals last year.
Last year,
all of them within like 3 feet of the net.
Last year was an anomaly for Kreider. He's never going to score that many again. That was a one-off career year for Kreider. I mean, I think he's easily a 30-goal scorer, and a consistent league can be a 30-goal scorer, but I don't see him scoring 50 again. His shooting percentage was through the roof last year, and the power play production was, a huge catalyst of him getting over 50. That's just not something that is normally repeatable. As this one's taken down low, Van Riemsdyk has it. Capitals back up and out of their zone. Washington's doing everything that they need to do here to hold this lead.
Well, they're keeping to the outside.
They're like not doing anything spectacular or special or anything, but they're just doing what they need to do to hold this lead. And the Rangers regrouping here back in their own zone. They've got to get more guys into the kitchen of Darcy Kuemper. Like, if you're going to score goals, you've got to get into the goaltender, disrupt the middle of the ice, disrupt the crease area, knock the goalie off his game a little bit, get in his head. There's a shot that just easily patted away by Kuemper. They got the kid line on the ice right now. Actually, no, VC's out there instead of
that was Hedl. That was Hedl, and he's been one of their better players this year.
Yeah.
He went in. He got into the circles. I give him credit. I mean, he made a great save and stuff, but at least he's driving the net a little bit there, and trying to create chances off a rebound or something. Nobody's with him, unfortunately, and thus they're down. I don't know if I agree with what you're saying, Nate, that Panarin doesn't look like he gives effort. I just think the problem is, because he's a little bit diminutive, I'm not saying he's afraid to go down low, but he's so skilled. He doesn't have to out muscle guys. He just get below the circles, and even behind the net, and get, draw the defenders a little bit is what I'm saying.
Here's a 3-on-2 chance as the Rangers carry in. They barely stay on side and can't control the pass there. Ends up down low. The Capitals just come in and take it away. And the Caps clear it out to the neutral zone now. Panarin's he's got to pick it up. For making the kind of money that he's making, he's got to be an impact player on a nightly basis. And this season, he certainly has not been that. And, I don't know what it's going to take for him to get to that level, but he is not producing enough for a guy that's making as much money as he does and is, supposed to be such as big of an impact player as he needs to be for this Rangers team. I don't know what the answer is with him. He seems like a guy that really needs to have other really good players around him. And if he doesn't have those line mates that are really helping him out, he's not going to drive a line himself. And I feel kind of the same way about Johnny Gaudreau. Like, Johnny Gaudreau wasn't a franchise-changing player. Like, he needed those guys around him to get him to that level. Like, Gaudreau, when he was playing with lousy players early in his career and Calgary stunk, with or without Johnny Gaudreau. But once they got him, Matthew Tkachuk, who they drafted, and they brought in Elias Lindholm, and they got Gaudreau, these really good players to play with, all of a sudden he becomes a 100-point guy.
Well, Yeah, but look, Lindholm's not having a good year at all. I know he's on my fantasy team. He's not
No,
doing well. But
neither's
so let me
Huberdeau.
just say this. Gaudreau needs guys that will create space for him. I think he will be fine in Columbus once they get a center to play with him there.
Yeah.
Because you imagine him on when line if they get if Kent Johnson develops into the center they think he will be in a year or so, that line with Line and him is going to be one of the best lines in hockey. They also aren't getting the pass of chemistry.
Yeah.
I think he's getting unfairly vilified for wanting to leave Calgary because he just wanted to be closer to home, which I
don't blame him for that at all.
Yeah, I mean, and he could have signed with New Jersey, and it would have been interesting to see him on that New Jersey team because I feel like they definitely have a plethora of centers and Heischer and Hughes and all these guys, right? But I'm with you. I just think that, you can make the argument about Huberdeau and stuff too. Like
I think the same thing about Jonathan Huberdeau. I think he has to be playing with a certain level of line mates for him to be as elite as, we saw him as an MVP candidate last year. He has to have the right line mates for that. Whereas there are some, the true elite players in the league, I think, are franchise transformative players in their own right. Like Nathan McKinnon is
Ovechkin,
Crosby, McKinnon, McDavid. Like, these are guys that are going to change a team themselves with what they do in their own right. And then I think, guys like Gaudreau and Huberdeau I have in like a tier below that, whereas they're excellent players and they can put up 100-point seasons, but they have to have the right guys around them to do that. Where like a guy like McKinnon, Matthews, McDavid, even Draisaitl to an extent, guys like that are going to be great no matter what. You can stick them out there with anybody, and they're going to find ways to produce, and they're going to dominate the game themselves. Whereas that next tier down of players don't have that dominate the game by themselves.
I agree. Yeah, you could say, well, look, hey, we're talking about Panarin, not to lose the track here, or Timmy Panarin, Panarin as
he's not dominating a game by himself.
No, but he is not too shabby for a guy who wasn't drafted. Right?
Oh, no.
So I bet you wish the Boston Bruins would have taken him that one year when you had 3 picks in a row, right?
Oh, would have loved Panarin, but...
Yeah, and he would fit great. I mean, can you imagine him on a line with Bergeron and a Marchand, playing,
I mean,
just awesome.
The possibilities there,
and with smart, intelligent players. What?
But yeah, I mean, he's just a guy that the Rangers need to find a line combination with Panarin that is going to get him going, because what he's done so far this year is not good enough. As Kreider plays it up, fires that one well wide, deflected off the stick of Gustafsson. We're down to 10:45 to go here in the third, and it is still a 3-0 Capitals lead. No scoring here in the third period as the Caps dump it back the other way. Rangers have got to start playing with, some real urgency in their game here. Clock is ticking. They're down by 3 goals. Miller, long pass up through the middle, deflected into the zone. Capitals first on it. It's Alexeyev. All right, we got the double forecheck coming in. That's good to see from New York because, you got to have 2 men in at this point trying to get the offense going, which results in a neutral zone turnover. Here's Kakko. He's going to spin back. Pass to the point. Fox back into the middle for Panarin. Interesting. This is Trocheck, Kakko, and Panarin out there now for the Rangers. I don't know if they're mid-change or if they've really switched. I think they've really switched the lines up here, which obviously... down by 3 goals is a smart thing to do, but that's going to end up in a Washington icing. At this point, you gotta try some whatever as far as line combinations go. Just throw them in a blender and see if you can get a combination going, because obviously the offense hasn't been there for the Rangers tonight, and they've got some players that we really haven't heard enough from in this game. And
Rick Smith said the Blues just tied it up 3-3.
Wow, big game going on there. Here's Philip Hito coming back. 9:40 to go in the third. VC into the offensive zone. And that pass into the middle, deflected away and stolen by Washington. See, Passes like that from the Rangers.
Nick Dowd has been otherworldly. He has been, I'll say it right now, the last week, outside of Ovechkin, who's been getting goals, he's been the best forward for the Capitals.
Here's a good chance. Wow, big shot there and a save by Shesterkin with the glove. Capitals trying to make this 4-0. Like, that pass there from Vesey into a crowded middle of the ice just results in a turnover. Like, that's just not a smart play. That's not a high percentage play that's going to result in anything good. And I feel like with the Rangers, when they get off offensively, they start doing things like that, and it's just not smart. And back the other way now. Nice step up there by Orlov.
Yeah,
that puck's
he's been
back.
He's such a clean, open ice hitter. By the way, I think he's one of the best in the NHL.
He's essentially their number one defenseman now, and he's had himself a nice game.
He is even of Carlson's back, in my opinion. He has been for the last 2.5 seasons. He's played that well. He doesn't get the credit.
Yeah,
because he doesn't make.
Carlson's the big name there.
Yeah, I mean, Carlson's had a pretty great career. He scored an overtime gold-winning goal against Canada in the World Juniors. I mean, he's a damn good player. But I feel like he's a shell of what he once was.
Taken by Schneider now. Kept him by Eller. No, he doesn't keep it, and it's offsides with 7:57 to go in the third. All right, so we're going to head to, I believe, our second commercial break here. We're down to 7:57 remaining in the third period. Washington continues to hold the 3-0 lead. And,
yeah, this is a good night for Caps fans because the Penguins are getting worked by the Islanders.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of want the Islanders to not do well either because we're competing with them with points, but this is a Metro divisional game against a team we're also competing points. If we get the full 2 points here, this is a big game. I mean, this is the Caps came to play like it was an important game.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And in Washington, obviously we've seen their climb here back into a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. They will pass the Rangers in the standings with a win tonight. And that will move them up now to 44 points. Pittsburgh, actually, if Pittsburgh loses in reg, they'll also be stuck at 43 points as well. And we're going to see Washington move up into the top 3 ahead of Pittsburgh and New York if these current scores hold. And then the Islanders will go to 42 points if they win, which they're up right now on Pittsburgh. And we'll be just outside of a playoff spot. But, boy, things are so tight in the East right now. And this could be a big win for the Caps, who are trying to make it 5 straight. And they've got an opportunity to make a nice little jump in the standings here up to 3rd in the division.
Yeah, no, I told my wife today, I said, this is a huge game for a December game. I can't remember a game being this significant this time of year, that's not Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
That's like not that rivalry that, So, yeah. Interesting.
We could see Washington really make a power move here. I mean, obviously it will only be a 1-point difference, and they could get flipped back the other way, as soon as later this week. But it's crazy, how tight the division is in the Eastern Conference in general, and how this playoff battle is shaping out. I'm hoping it stays this close all the way down to the end of the season. Imagine we go into the last couple weeks and we have wild card spots being decided by only 1 or 2 points. Like, that will make for some incredible hockey at the end of the year, as the Capitals trying to put a final stamp on this one with it in the offensive zone, cycling with the Eller line on the ice. This line's been very good for them in this game, but it's taken and chipped off the wall by Kreider up to Zibanejad. So the Rangers have completely mixed the lines all up here, thrown them in a blender. We've got Zibanejad, Kreider, and Goodrow on the line now. They're just going to head off for a change. Gustafson's going to take the puck, and I'll be deflected now into the offensive end. Down low, around it goes.
actually been surprised Trocheck hasn't worked out as well as I thought he would initially for them too.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about him this year as far as like how he's doing and stuff. He seems like he's just not getting a lot of attention, which might be a bad thing.
System, but yeah, just I've heard you call his name twice tonight.
Yeah, I haven't said Trocheck's name much.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. I mean, one of the reasons I love listening to guys like John call these games, hear it off the wall, or is when you hear these guys' names being called. That's kind of how you can tell who's making a difference on the ice. If you're just listening and you're not able to watch it. I watch the game as well, but a lot of times I'm trying to watch 4 or 5 games at the same time.
Yeah.
And I just haven't heard it from him. And we're halfway through the season now, so you want to start seeing some dividends be paid off. I mean, I'm wondering. I know Andrew Kopp was probably going to go sign with the Red Wings, but boy, they miss a guy like him, or I don't know, Bushnevich. That trade, I bet if they had to do that one over, probably don't make that one. Sammy Blais, is Sammy Blais even in the lineup?
No,
for them?
Sammy Blais has not been in the lineup for the Rangers as this one's worked around. New York has an offensive zone. I mean, it's downright desperation time now for the Rangers. Under 5.5 minutes to go in this game and still trailing 3-0. They've got to get some offense. Here's a good chance. That one off the post right by the...
I don't know where that puck went.
That either hit the tip of the pad or the post. Either way, Kemper keeps it out. And the Rangers dump it right back into the offensive zone. But they cannot buy a goal in this game. And they are running out of time here. 5 minutes left in the third. And that's going to be a trip. Yeah, that's going to be a trip behind the net.
For tripping. And I actually think that's a clean call right there.
Irwin to the box. And a power play coming now for the Rangers. They need this one. Boy, if there's ever been a must-score power play, this is it. As the Rangers will go to the man advantage here with 4:56 to go in the third period.
Still lots of time.
And we'll see. Rangers 0 on the power play so far. This would be a great time to get a man advantage goal. They trail by 3 as we head to our final commercial break of the third period. And this is going to be interesting to see how this one works out. Thank you guys so much for being here. Good to have you all in the chat. Please don't forget, it really means a lot if you get that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of every team are welcome and wanted here. We're just trying to build a hockey community where everyone can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. Don't forget, after this game ends, I'll be going right into the Battle of Alberta between Edmonton and Calgary. That game is underway. They have about halfway through the first period there. Nothing so far. But we'll pick that one up and should be able to see the second and third periods of that one. That should be a fun one, as it always is out there. But, boy, this is a very good showing by the Washington Capitals. A great showing by Darcy Kuemper in goal. And this will be a huge win for the Caps if they can hold it. We have got to see the sense of urgency for the Rangers here on the power play. This is an absolute must-score power play for them if they're going to come back in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they get one here, though, it's far from over. So still lots of time left.
Oh, they need a quick goal. They need one within this next 2 minutes. You don't want to be down by 3 with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. I know the Capitals have one shutout this year, but I think it was Charlie Lindgren. Because Kemper's missed some time, too.
Yeah, I think Lindgren does have the shutout, yes.
Yeah, so not that I wanted to say the word, but
we've just both said the S word. That means the Rangers are about to score.
Yeah, we just jinxed it.
Well, Rangers here getting ready for the offensive zone face-off. And they're 0 for 3 on the power play, but they do have 10 power play shots. They're going to need to get some more here on this chance. That goes by Zibanejad. He'll play it off the wall, cycle down low for Hedl. Philip Hedl with it, loses it along the boards, trying to dig it back, and the Rangers do get to it. That is that puck retrieval sense of urgency that New York needs to have as this one's worked around. Down low. Back out high. Top of the circle. Played to the corner.
Oh,
Cross
empty
now.
net too. Yeah, empty net.
Empty net as well for the Rangers. It's a 6-on-4 with the extra attacker on. Here's Panarin with a shot. Blocked and cleared out of the zone. Like Panarin shoots it right into the defender there. It wasn't the defenseman. It was a forward. But right into the... He was in the shooting lane, and Panarin just drives it right into him. Like that's a... It feels like there's got to be a better play there. So we got a
borderline
big
penalty by the Rangers, I think, there. He took down the guy. He took down Jensen.
Jensen's shaken up.
Yeah, I don't know how it wasn't called a penalty right away. I mean,
he got hit up high with something. He's spitting blood.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this isn't called, this is my problem with the little nitnoid slashes and hooks that they, or high sticks they call, but this is a penalty here. He clearly trips or takes him down. Trocheck, you would have said his name there.
He got hit with the puck.
Oh, after the fact.
After he was already down on the ice, he got hit with the puck. They took that one right in the teeth. They showed on the replay there. That's just some bad luck. Down on the ice, and he just ate that puck basically for breakfast. And that will definitely cause you to spit some blood. He's probably gonna have to get those teeth looked at.
He'll be back before the end of the game because he's not a basketball player.
Yeah, no. Hockey players have no problems coming back. But off the draw now, Rangers take possession. 3:50 to go in the third. 55 seconds left on the power play. Long shot deflected just wide. Around it goes. Zibanejad back to the far side. Capitals after. It's played by Hedl. Hedl back to the point, over to Zibanejad. He winds one up. Oh, that was not far off. Tried to wrong foot Kemper, but just missed it wide. That was not far off from being inside that post. Good shot there. Rangers keep it in. Another 30 seconds on the power play. Here's Zibanejad. That one he missed by a mile. Again, the erratic shots from Zibanejad. I'd love to see the curve on his stick. I bet you it's like a hook. On the way that he shoots, his curve has got to be a hook. As that one spun around and cleared all the way down right into the empty net. It is a empty net shorthanded goal for the Washington Capitals to make it 4-0. Connor Sherry threw it from his own zone and was able to get that one to ice this game with 3:02 to go.
And by the way, good news for Boston Bruins fans. The Bruins just tied the game 2-2.
Wow,
with
Boston.
3:33.
Boston ties it up.
Boy, Zacha, Pavel Zacha.
Good to see him score.
Yeah.
Goals have been hard to come by for him. He's played well. He just hasn't put a lot of pucks in the net. Nice to see him get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no, good player. High draft pick, too, wasn't he?
He was taken by New Jersey early in the first round of 2015. Yeah. As the power play has come to an end now. Power play has come to an end for the Rangers. We'll see if they bother pulling Shesterkin again.
I don't.
Probably not down by 4.
Yeah, I'm going to guess no.
I don't see the point. Down by 4 goals. You're not coming back. Kevin, what's going on? Welcome.
But again, with that smack shot with Zibanejad, man, that one he missed so far wide.
Yeah, the first
ridiculous.
The first one was a great shot. He just missed outside the post, and then the second shot, it must have gone off the heel or something. And
it didn't go into the trapezoid.
No, he missed it by like 6 feet. His shots are so erratic when he winds up. Like, it's gotta be the curve if I had to guess. I'd love to see a close-up of his stick. As 2.5 minutes now to go in the third period. Washington, we're going to have another penalty coming up. Interference. Who is this on?
Is there 2? It looked like they called a slash and interference, but I do not see this.
Dowd is giving the ref an earful, but isn't the one going to the penalty box. Or is he? Now he curls back. No, it's Hathaway going to the penalty box. Dowd's the one yelling at the ref.
Okay, I disagree with this as an interference call 100%.
That play happens 50 times a game.
Okay, that is no more interference than what happened to Nick Jensen. If you're going to make that call.
That play happens 50 times a game.
Yeah, that's what it's just a counter hit. He's just going to hit him before he gets the puck.
Like, if you literally go by maybe the exact letter of the rule book, maybe that's interference, but it's not. It's never called that way. That play happens 50 times a game without a penalty call, and like why they would just randomly call it there, other than unless it's because it's Hathaway and they want to get guys like him off the ice. That's the only 4-0 game. I feel like they're just trying to get Hathaway or somebody like that off the ice. Like, I mean, that play literally happens so often and is just a run-of-the-mill play that never gets called. I don't know.
Yeah, I disagree with that penalty call.
I don't know. I don't.
Especially at this stage of the game where,
but we all know that officiating is wildly inconsistent, and it is what it is at this point. Rangers have an offensive zone. I mean, they're down by 4. Like, even if they score here, they're not coming back. There's 1:25 left. Kemper makes a save, covers it up. Offensive zone draw for New York on the way, but I mean, 1:25 left in the game. I don't know. That's a interesting call. I know, I can see why Dowd was yelling at the ref for a minute after that. It's like,
yeah, he did not.
We
like
all
the
do
call.
that.
I pretty much am in agreement with him. I think if you're a self-respecting Rangers fan, you don't think that's a penalty, but it is what it is.
It's going to have 0 outcome on the game regardless, and the Rangers play it back now, working it around. Kakko keeps it in after fumbling around with it a little bit, and it's played to Hedl on the far side. 1:03 seconds left, 35 seconds left on the power play. Pass across, deflected in the skates and out of the zone. Capitals clear to neutral ice. All right. Rangers trying to carry back in. Here's Lafreniere. I've barely said his name tonight. Talk about a nothing game from him. And
I've noticed him more than I've noticed Trocheck, though.
Yeah, that's true. Lafreniere I thought he really was turning a corner. I thought he was really turning a corner in the playoffs last year, but too many invisible games for him this season. As we're back to even strength now. Power play ends. Rangers still 0 on the power play. Under 20 seconds left in this game. Working it around. And Alexeyev gets it up to Protas. Protas lifts it up and out of the zone. I don't know both teams, or at least Capitals, get a line change. Rangers try and carry back. Here's Hedl, blockered away by Kemper. We didn't jinx the shutout. This game is over. The Washington Capitals.
Girl 99999.
The Washington Capitals shut out the New York Rangers 4-0 as this game goes final. And a big win for the Caps as they move up ahead of the Rangers in the standings, and as long as this Islanders-Pittsburgh game holds the way that it's going, they'll be ahead of Pittsburgh as well by a point if that game continues, like I said. So, wow. Big win here for the Caps. 5th win in a row. They continue their extremely hot streak of 9-1 in the last 10 games. And obviously, an impressive road win to go into MSG and take care of business the way that they did against a tough opponent who also had been playing very good hockey in the New York Rangers. I mean, New York was 8-2 in their last 10 going into this game. And this is, certainly what I would call a quality win for the Washington Capitals. And they were able to get the job done. And take this one and have an opportunity now to really move up in the standings.
Well, I know you were going to switch over to Boa, but you only have a minute left in the Bruins-Senators game. It's 2-2. You might as well watch the end of that one.
I don't have a thumbnail or anything ready to go for that.
Oh.
I do have the Battle of Alberta up here, late stages of the first period. Ryan McLeod comes in. Nice save by Markstrom. Oh, we do have Markstrom in the goal. I was wondering if the Flames would try and shelter him from the Oilers like they do so much because he sucks against Edmonton. But nice save there. And it's still a 0-0 game here between Edmonton and Calgary. 3.5 minutes to go in the first period. Looks like we're actually getting some goaltending in this one.
What happened to him? He was
a Vezina finalist last year, right?
He was incredible 2 years ago. You could make an argument he was a top 5 goalie. And he was just hot garbage against Edmonton in the playoffs. I could have done a better job in that against them.
He was a Vezina finalist last year in the regular season and just obviously actually played really well in the first round against Dallas. That was such a low-scoring series between the Flames and Stars. And then in the second round, he just got lit up by the Oilers. And he's just, throughout his career, Markstrom has really struggled with Edmonton. And for whatever reason, it's a team that he doesn't generally do well against. But Toffoli with a shot, nice block. Getting in the way was Costin. Down to final 2:25 to go in the first. I'm going to start trying to switch stuff over, guys. We're into the second game of the night. 2:20 to go in the first period. Battle of Alberta, Oilers and Flames in Calgary. 0-0 game so far. If you guys aren't sticking around for the second game, thank you so much for watching the first one. Hope you enjoyed. And big win for the Capitals. Congratulations to them. Next stream will be tomorrow night for the Bruins and Devils. That should be quite a game between those two. They played last Friday. Bruins won that one 4-3, and they're going to try and do it again tomorrow
that was a comeback
in
win
New
too,
Jersey.
Correct?
So, if you're not sticking around for the second game, have a great night. Hopefully we see you again soon. Really appreciate you watching. Please don't forget, it really helps a ton if you can hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't yet before you go. Markstrom just makes a fantastic save on Jesse Puljujarvi. Snags that one with the glove. So I'm going to start the changeover now for our second game as we go into Edmonton and Calgary. Obviously, this should be quite a battle, and it is still 0-0 in that one now, late in period number 1. So it does take me a few minutes to switch everything over, guys, so I apologize if I miss some stuff in the chat, but I'm going to try and get this done as quickly as possible.
Well, I'll cover down for you, buddy. I'll cover down for you.
Yeah, Jeremiah can answer anything in the chat and talk to you guys while I make the changeover here, and then we'll get into game number 2.
I see some Dougie Gilmore shout-outs. Is he at the Maple Leafs Blues game? He actually played for both those teams. A lot of people don't know he was drafted by the Blues and played the first couple of years before he was traded to Calgary. See Music Zombie Girl 99999 shouting him out. Looks like the Capitals won the poll of 233 votes, and they won the game. And I think I heard my wife come home. I can't wait to talk shit to her and go, the Rangers suck. Yeah, it was a good one. I hope this game is everything that the Capitals Rangers game was not, and that being exciting. I want John. I love when you get the great games, John. It
definitely makes it easier.
I like you as John will always say that this channel is for everybody. Everybody is welcome and wanted. All NHL fans, leave a like and subscribe. I do like Marc-Andre Fleury, NHL man. I think he's a class act and one of the best goalies ever. So I always laugh when we hear the Crosby-Ovechkin debate because Crosby played with at least 3 Hall of Famers in his career. And Backstrom might get in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know. We'll see. He's missed a lot of time late in his career, and he's not going to be one of the top Swedish guys. Real quick, while John's doing the update, the Bruins are in overtime, 3:53 left to go. Got Boston and Ottawa. That's been a good game. Boston has 48 shots on goal. So if you have Cam Talbot, he's playing very well for the
48
Senators.
Shots.
So I have not read Cujo's book, Dan S. I need to put that on my list. I got to get Brian Burke's book. I got the Vancouver Canucks guy. Okay. NHL man says he loves me. All right, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, I love hockey. There's really not anybody I dislike in the sport. I would say I probably am not the biggest Ian Cole or Evander Kane fan. But those guys, it's because of some off the ice stuff that I just feel like they could be better people. But for the most part, NHLers are like class acts, right? Soul Search Guru just call you Trevor. Okay, well, change your name to Trevor then. You can do that. It's easy. My next collab for John is when he wants me to collab with him. We kind of pulled this one out of the.
This was like maybe an hour before I was ready to go live. I
messaged him at 5 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock my time.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So 2 hours before.
Well, when I saw he was doing Rangers and Caps, I was like, oh, this would be fun, and I would love to do it if he would love to have me on. And
definitely,
I hope it's gone well for him. I would much rather do this than my own channel stuff, to be honest. Yeah, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. Become a member. I'm a member. It's a great channel. John's awesome. He's a great play-by-play guy. Hopefully, one of these years he works for Nesson.
Replace Jack Edwards.
Yeah, I mean that would not be a big loss. And from what I hear from a lot of diehard Bruin fans, including guys like RA, and they're not the biggest fans of him anyway. So
I'm not personally. I think he's way too big of a homer for my liking.
Well, I just, I don't mind them being a little bit slighted to the home team, but he's kind of on a different level than anybody ever.
Almost all the regional guys, because they work for, a regional network that's for that team. So they're going to be favoring that team. But he takes it to a whole new level of just being blatantly.
I will say, though,
pro-Bruin.
A few years ago in the playoffs against Montreal when Roman Hamrlik was diving, that might be one of my favorite.
Funny. That
might have been one of my favorite.
That was funny.
Roman Hamrlik he got shot.
Dropping like he got shot. Yeah, that was funny.
Oh, but the Pat Maroon stuff is just
so unnecessary.
So unnecessary, and he doesn't do it at a break. He doesn't do it in the flow of the game. He's just doing it to be mean-spirited. And then I think more than anything, he was kind of not apologetic about it.
Yeah.
He didn't have to be oh, I'm so sorry. But just realize, have some self-awareness, dude, that you kind of are a jackass.
Yeah. It's just so unnecessary to talk about a player like that. But if a player makes a bad play on the ice and be all right, that was a lousy turnover, yeah, sure. Absolutely, call him out for that. But to be talking about, his weight and his off-ice eating habits and stuff, it's just so unnecessary. And, honestly, what does Jack Edwards actually know about Pat Maroon? Absolutely nothing. So,
yeah, I'm actually a big Pat Maroon fan.
I like him. He's a funny guy. Obviously, he's, never been the most skilled player, but has worked really hard to get to the NHL, and which is almost even harder is to stay in the NHL.
He's 3 Stanley Cups.
Yeah, and I mean for a fourth line guy like that to stay in the NHL, they have to work really hard year in and year out, and Maroon has done that. And he's a tough guy who knows his role and plays it, and. Yeah. I thought that whole thing was just so unnecessary to even talk about something like that. Talk about what's going on the ice, and if you're gonna go after a player, you talk about somebody with lousy D zone coverage, because that's at least within the confines of the game. You're not attacking them personally. They're just maybe not a great defensive player.
Yeah. So. Before I answer JK's question, I'll just say this. I think Pat Maroon played for Edmonton when I first saw him in an interview where they asked him about his kid, and he got super emotional about it. And I was like, dude, I'm a fan of this guy for the rest of my life, because he's I don't get to see him as much. And just so often these guys, we accuse them of not being human, and they just give canned robotic answers, and he gives this really heartfelt answer to this question that was really didn't need to answer because it wasn't about the game or anything.
Yeah.
And just was like, I really respect the guy. And that won me over with him from here on out. And I really do like the guy. JK, I do remember Pat Falloon. I want to say he played with the Sharks a lot of years, did he not? Yeah.
Falloon.
But
did he play in Philadelphia as well?
I think he was one of those journeyman guys. Remember too, before the salary cap, guys, they went to the highest bidder, so a lot easier. I was gonna say something in the last game. We were talking a little bit about Panarin and the 8-figure guys.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have this with the Boston Bruins.
Hopefully.
With maybe Pasta, right?
Oh yeah, he's getting like 11 probably.
Right. By all stretch of the imagination.
Hopefully they keep him.
I think they do keep him. And I actually think he probably takes a discount. And I think if the salary cap had gone up incrementally, we would see this. But I still believe there has not been a team that has won a Stanley Cup with an 8-figure player. So anybody that makes $10 million plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no one has won. Now, Montreal came close with Carey Price because I believe he makes like 12 or something. Somebody was saying
10 or 10 and a half.
Well, he will not be retiring for 4 more years.
Yeah, no, he's gonna ride out that contract on LTIR.
Yeah, he's owed $40 million still by the Montreal Canadiens, and I'm not doubting this year he didn't play, right? So he's gonna be around for a while on paper anyway. He'll be like Shane. He'll be like the guy there, the captain too. Shea Weber,
whose contract got traded to Vegas, but we know he's never going to play again. But he's LTIR eligible, so teams can use him from a salary cap standpoint. So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense for those guys to actually officially retire on paper, even if they know that they're not going to play, because they still get paid out their full contracts. So
yeah, they're guaranteed money in the NHL.
Yeah. So they're just going to ride out that contract as an LTIR guy until that contract's up, and then they'll officially retire. But yes, it's the first intermission, Michael. It is a 0-0 game, which we don't see a lot in the Battle of Alberta. Low scoring generally over the past 3 or 4 years. These have been kind of nut house, high scoring, back and forth kinds of games. And 0-0.
This favors Calgary.
0-0 at the end of one here. And I do think that overall that would favor the Flames. Yeah, anything, low scoring. I think if Calgary knows if they can keep Edmonton, under 3 goals or 4 goals, they've got a good shot to win this game. So lower scoring is more of the Calgary style for sure. But we'll see what happens the rest of the way. We're at the first intermission right now. And this should be a fun one. Paolo, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. It's awesome to have you in the chat. And hope you had a very Merry Christmas. Really appreciate you coming by. I'm trying to look at some of the other scores going on here. Hurricanes beat the Blackhawks 3-0. That game is over. The Senators and Bruins are going to a shootout. So
it's in the shootout.
Shootout now between the Bruins and the Sens. The Islanders are crushing the Penguins 5-1. Stars and Preds, a big Central Division battle there. 2-2, second intermission. Another big Central Division game is the Wild and the Jets, and the Wild have a 3-1 lead in that one. Winnipeg, who had a very good early part of the year, starting to fall back a little bit. They're 5-5 in their last 10. If they lose tonight, which obviously there's still a period to go, that would be 3 straight regulation losses for the Jets. And they're a team that had a really good start, kind of like the Devils, that is kind of starting to fall back a little bit. Also running into some injuries now. I know they've got a number of guys on the blue line out. Also, Cole Perfetti is now out 7 to 10 days. Blake Wheeler is out. So they're starting to run into some injury issues, and the wins aren't quite there like they have been for the Jets. Let's see.
Senators win in a shootout.
Sens win in a shootout.
Yeah.
So.
And the sad thing about that is Boston deserved to win that game just by the play that I saw, because I had that as the second game on.
Yeah.
I think they had almost 50 shots on goal, and because of the offsides review, that Bergeron goal didn't count, and that was the difference in the game.
It's funny. Boston doesn't have many losses this year. They've lost twice in Ottawa.
Yeah, you know what though? Ottawa is playing better. And it's a shootout loss. I don't know that you.
They still
really
got a point. They still got a point, which I'm happy about. We'll see how they look tomorrow in New Jersey.
That's going to be a little bit tougher game, but again, New Jersey doesn't have Marino.
Second game of a back-to-back. It'll be interesting to see what the Bruins can do there with travel as well. So I say this a lot. People who watch the channel know I never pick teams in the second game of a back-to-back, especially when there's travel involved. That's just so hard to come out in that second game and play a full 60 minutes. A lot of times maybe they'll have a good first period, but you really start to see the fatigue kick in as those games go along. So we'll see. I'll be covering tomorrow the Bruins and Devils game. So we'll see what Boston can do in that one. But
well, I'll watch along. I'm going to be watching along.
Tough shootout loss tonight in Ottawa. And again, like Nate says, we can't win in Ottawa. It's the second time this season that Boston has lost a game to the Sens in Ottawa. Seems like, I don't know, that's just one of those things that become a problem area for you. It's weird how those kinds of fluky things happen, where you start to see teams, for whatever reason, whether it's a certain team that they can't beat for a long period of time. Like for so many years, the Bruins just could not beat the Capitals. I think they had 2 wins in 14
7
games.
years, I think the Caps.
Yeah, it was like 7 years. Boston had like 2 wins in 16 games against the Caps.
Yeah,
and
it was really bad.
Yeah, and there's other instances like that around the league, and it's funny how those just kind of pop up over time. Boston over Arizona. Until Arizona had that fluky win a couple weeks ago over the Bruins with 13 seconds left. That was the
2009.
That was the first time that Arizona had beaten the Bruins since like 2009 or 2010, something like that.
Yeah.
So
I thought they said the first home win for the Yotes against the Bruins since 2009, and we had that epic fight in the stand.
Yeah, so it's weird how those kind of fluky things just pop up over time, and right now it seems like Ottawa is kind of have the Bruins a little bit, at least when they play in Ottawa. We'll see what happens when the Sens come to Boston, but Ottawa getting a big 3-2 win tonight, and they are a team that is playing better.
I'll just say this, John. Those interdivision rivals it's like football, right?
It doesn't matter what their records are. It's going to be a close, hard-fought game. It doesn't matter what the records are. Absolutely.
It's like when the Patriots play the Jets and they're a dumpster fire. They're gonna
and it's still a close game. Yeah.
Yeah. It's or the Dolphins. The Patriots always lose in Miami.
Yeah.
Like always, right? Yeah. The Giants the same way. We can't beat the Cowboys ever.
Yeah. So it's just those things that pop up. Aurelio, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Austin, it's good to see you in the chat. Thanks so much for coming by. Really, really appreciate it. We are getting ready for second period action between Edmonton and Calgary. And we're at the intermission right now. It's a 0-0 game, 40 minutes of action to go. Got Jeremiah here joining me for the stream. And it's been a fun one so far.
You were talking about these divisional games. I'm so glad we're back. We still have 2 hockey games that haven't started.
Yes.
But mentioning the Jets, they're running into that little injury bug, and I think it's a team's ability to play. This is why I think everybody's like with Boston, because they started without McAvoy and they didn't have Marchand, and they tore it up.
Yeah.
And I think if you overcome those things, I think it helps you. And I think these are the teams that are primed to do well in the playoffs because they've overcome all this adversity. So the Jets are struggling right now, like you said. But is there the Capitals are probably the hottest team in the East right now, right?
Them and Carolina is on.
Yeah, Carolina. Carolina is really good.
Carolina's won 9 straight now.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, I think the Caps actually beat them earlier in the year. It was one of those wins where we weren't playing really well, but we got them like 2-1 or something. And I was like, oh, wow, that's actually a good win. We won't beat this dumpster fire team, but we'll beat Carolina. But I was going to say the Wild are on fire.
Yeah, they've been playing really well. They're climbing quickly in the Central. Minnesota now, they're at 40 points. They're at 40 points. If they beat Winnipeg, we'll go to 42 and be just behind the Jets by a point, and only a few behind Dallas as well. Obviously, depends on what Dallas does with Nashville tonight. Also, you've got Colorado in the mix there, who actually is currently losing to Arizona 2-1. But there's a lot of hockey left to go there.
Yeah, 2 periods left in that game. And if there's been a team more decimated than Washington, it's been the Avalanche.
Yeah. But anyway, Danny, welcome in. Mr. C, thank you so much. Manjeet, welcome in. Derek, good to see you in the chat. Ottawa Senators Outlook, welcome. Thank you for being here. Mitch, welcome. Thank you for watching. Good to have you in the chat.
So, Mitch, I have to say, I'm a little bit of a Flames fan. I have family from that area of Alberta, and so I kind of root for them.
Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna get my beer cracked now while we're this intermission.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to do that shot? I poured myself a shot.
Let me go grab that Jameson quick. I only got the beer over here. I'll be back in just a second.
Oh, I got macaroons for Christmas. Have you had those? I don't know if you like those. The French made cookies. Oh.
All right, man. Let me get this poured quick, and
yeah, I'm gonna eat some macaroons. My wife came in here to bring them to me. I didn't give her a hard time.
Beautiful. All right, here we go. Let's see. Hey, what's going on, Mike and Julie? Welcome. Awesome to have you here. Really appreciate it. Great to see you in the chat. And
now, is Mike and Julie, they're Canadians? Are they Canadians?
No. Western part of the U.S., I believe.
Oh, okay.
Idaho, if I'm not mistaken, Mike has told me.
Oh. Twisted Wrister area.
Yeah, Nick was moved out there, yes.
Oh.
All right, here we go. I'm going to get this beer cracked because I'm probably going to need a chaser.
Michael, I'm from Montana originally. What part of Idaho?
Little wimp. I need a chaser.
So, Sasha, these are actually handmade from this place in Anchorage called Sweet Caribou, and they're incredible. But I do like me some, like Fred Meyer macaroons. So.
Ooh, I can smell this shot from here.
Did you take your shot already?
No. I'm waiting for you, man.
No, I'm ready, brother.
All right, we're gonna get cheers in the chat right now. We're gonna do a shot, and I got a Molson ready to go for the rest of this game. Here's to a great night of hockey. Here's to a great stream as well. Appreciate you guys so much. Here's to Jeremiah coming on. Let's go. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Ready? Go.
Yep, ready.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Woof.
Woof.
I forgot how straight whiskey is.
Yeah, Jameson straight up is not Pink Whitney straight up.
No. Well, and
you did not pour yourself a small shot, by the way.
No, that was a full one. That was a full one. I made sure.
Yeah,
I usually do Jameson and gingers.
A hard time, John, if you would have poured like just a finger.
I usually do Jameson and gingers. I haven't had straight Jameson in a while. I did drink some straight whiskey on Christmas Eve at a party, but that was not Jameson. It was more of a smoother sipping whiskey. Boy.
Yeah.
I'm glad I had that Molson here.
Brand. Yeah.
Ottawa Senators Outlook wants to know if Ottawa can have Nick Jensen from the Capitals.
Man, he's awesome.
I think Jeremiah.
I can see why you'd want him.
Yeah, I don't think Jeremiah wants the Caps to give him up, though.
Oh, you're from Twin Falls, Idaho. Okay, well, Michael, I've spent so much time in Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls, And my stepfather, who's no longer with us, and he lived in Moscow for years. So those are parts of Idaho. Yes, there's a Moscow, Idaho.
Not Moscow, Russia.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to drop the puck here on the second 0-0 game. Still looking for our first goal. These teams are lined up. And over the red line, that's dumped into the offensive zone by Edmonton. We are underway here in period 2. Forecheck coming, but it's up to Huberdeau. Flames get it out over the red line. Up into the offensive end. There's a shot, just goes wide of Skinner. Around now, taken in the corner. So, Stuart Skinner, your goaltender for Edmonton, who's definitely taken over the starting role from Campbell. And Jacob Markstrom, who has been much, much better in December than he was in October and November. They showed a graphic up earlier during that intermission. His save percentage has gone from .890 to .910 in the month of December. He's really been improved. And he's in goal tonight for Calgary. Nobody has given up a goal yet, as it's worked around here to Rasmus Andersson. Andersson sends it down. See, whenever I see Rasmus Andersson, if I have to actually think about saying his name right, because it so easily just blends into Rasmussen, and then it's like, oh no, never mind, that's not right. It's for 2 different names. It's Rasmus Andersson, but you could very easily blend them together. And there's so many there's so many Rasmussens around the hockey world too that it almost feels right. But Andersson plays it now. Oh yeah, he's become a top pair guy for Calgary. And here's a chance off a rebound. Michael Backlund, first goal of the game. The Flames score. Rebound goal in front for Backlund just over a minute into this second. And it is 1-0 as the home team goes up on top.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't gotten the goal yet, just to let you know.
Oh, wow. So, Canadian feed, you're quite behind.
Yeah, I'm at least 30 seconds behind. So, I'm at 19:30 right now. So, you're going to be a whole play ahead of me. But that's great. They won't see any reactions. I try to do my best not to spoil, but...
Yeah. All right, so big goal there from Michael Backlund. As Calgary strikes first, and this one gets a 1-0 lead. Now we're back underway. Oilers trying to answer through the neutral zone. Into the offensive end is Yamamoto. Played around now. Blockered away, taken down to the corner. I forget what I was even on before that goal happened.
You were talking about Rasmus Andersson.
Oh, yeah.
His name's hard to say.
He's a great example of a team actually being smart and not rushing a player to the NHL.
Great player.
I remember watching Rasmus Andersson. He was a pretty highly touted draft pick of the Flames, and I remember watching him in rookie games a lot. Like if we go back to like 2015, 2016, 17, around there, I forget the years exactly, but he was playing a lot in their rookie games, and I saw him there year after year, and he was a guy that a lot of teams would have just thrown him up to the NHL and rushed him into the league, and probably wouldn't have gone well like it does so many times when guys are rushed to the NHL. But Calgary was very patient, let him go to, play in the AHL, really develop his game, make sure that he was NHL ready before he came up. And since he's come up, he has just gotten better and better and has become a legitimate top pair defenseman for the Flames. And just a great how to develop a young D-man from Calgary in a league where we see players rush to the NHL so much. It was a really nice display of letting a player actually kind of develop at his own pace, and it working out in the end, really, really well for that team being patient.
I was going to say, wasn't that the book on defensemen all along? Is that it just takes them longer to mature?
It's always been, D-men take longer to develop than forwards, and you can't, there's not a lot of 18, 19-year-old defensemen. There's plenty of teenage forwards that can play up in the NHL, but defensemen, usually 23, 24 before they really come into their own. And too many teams, I think, rush young players, and that's a good example of actually being patient with development And you look at what the end result is, you got yourself a top pair defenseman that you didn't ruin by throwing into the NHL at 19 years old.
So, I'm glad you brought this up because this is one of those conversations I love to have when it comes to the game of the NHL.
Yeah.
We have been so spoiled as fans because of Makar and Hughes and all these McAvoy, all these guys that are Carlson when he was young and came on the scene. I thought he was incredible. Just some of these guys, both Carlsons, Eric and John, Eric Carlson is still good when he's healthy, right? We're finding he's just ridiculous. But I'm so with you. I feel like they give up on these guys so quick on the back end. And this is like, one of the fans in the chat were asking me for Nick Jensen. Everybody hated that trade. And I was like, no, this is a good trade for the Capitals. Defensive depth is going to win you Stanley Cups. We had guys like Michael Kempney. You think about your Bruins Cup run.
Yeah.
And the guys that stepped up and played. Yeah, you had Chara. You had that number one shutdown D. But you have to have all these other role guys that can come in and play well. That's why I'll tell you, like, if you would have said, I was with you at the beginning of the year with my team, but I'll tell you right now, if the healthy Caps make the playoffs and they have 9 defensive players deep, like they have.
Yeah.
If Alexiev keeps getting ice time and is playing well, and because he's a guy that's 22 or 21, super young, and all these other guys that are in their 30s, like Jensen, that are just great skaters and still good, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Calgary, this is a reason I expected them to be good, even with the changes, because they have Rasmus Anderson. If Tanev is healthy, I thought he was such a big cog in last year. Why
Tanev's a huge key, absolutely.
Yeah, they need him healthy, and I really want Calgary and Alberta in the playoffs the next 10 years.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome for sure.
Spencer, Michael, it's like 27 degrees in Anchorage today. It's the same temperature at my place as it is at Johnson.
I wonder what we're down to now here in Mass. 25 where I am.
Oh, it's warmer. It's 27 right. Well, it's like only 6 p.m. here, so.
Let's see. Dane, welcome in. Spencer, welcome in. Coyotes have gone up 3-1 on Colorado. Wow. Avs have had a little bit of a winning streak going, too. Coyotes trying to break that. Let me tell you, Arizona's not an easy win anymore. They're not an easy win.
Yeah, and the Maple Leafs can never beat them, right? They lose to them all the time.
Oh, long shot through traffic and the Oilers score. Tyson Barrie with a blast from the point. I don't think Markstrom really saw it as he looked like he was just flailing with the glove at that one. Traffic in front and Barrie blasts it home. We have ourselves a 1-1 hockey game. Let's see who this was in front of the net. Draisaitl completely taking the vision away, and then they actually did a bit of a switch. Fogle ended up getting in front as Barrie shot the puck, and Markstrom just gets beat below the glove. Not a great goal there to give up, but I think with the traffic, it really interrupted his vision. This is a 1-1 hockey game as Edmonton has tied it up.
Yeah, Nate, I don't disagree with you because the Caps are just a real physical team too, and if they're fully healthy, that's probably the one weakness that New Jersey has.
New Jersey,
they have zero. Tough. Well, but they have Bastion, who's been out, and not Miles Wood, but Miles Wood Bastion to Tom Wilson is not
Miles Wood does not want to fight Tom Wilson.
Yeah, there's only one guy in the NHL that I think would drop the gloves routinely with Tom Wilson. Oh, come say hi if you want to. My wife's flipping me off because you must have seen the Rangers score.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not my fault. Your team fucking sucks, babe.
What's going on? Welcome in. Yes, Dane, the arena looks pretty full to me. I bet it's a sellout up in Calgary. For a Battle of Alberta game, he's asking, are there people in the arena? I think it's a sellout.
Yeah, it's called the Sea of Red for a reason.
14 minutes
I cannot wait for Calgary to get their new arena. The Saddle Dome is one of the older.
Yeah, it's very old.
I think Edmonton plays in one of the nicest arenas in the league, I believe. So yeah, that goal was screamed, but that's probably one you want Markstrom to make that save. It did look like it got deflected mid shot. I'm now just seeing the goal. It dropped. It started up elevating and then dropped down.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like they gave Kulak kept the puck, so somebody deflected it.
All right, let's see who they gave the goal.
Barry's 100th goal. They're saying it was Barry's.
Yeah, they have Barry's 5th of the season, 100th career goal. That one.
Wasn't he with the Leafs a couple of years ago?
Barry was with the Leafs, I believe, for 1 year. It wasn't very long.
Was he an Avalanche? Was he part of that Avs trade with Kadri?
Yeah. Was it the Kadri trade?
I thought they got him and Kerfoot in that.
Yeah,
deal.
It might have been the Kadri trade. But yeah, he was with Colorado for a long time and then went to the Leafs. I think he only lasted with the Leafs like 1 year though before they shipped him out. And obviously now with the Oilers, I've never been a huge Barry guy. He's all offense. He's awful in his own zone.
He's Shane Gostisbehere.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, all offense, bad in their own zone. But when he can, he's had some decent seasons, but consistently he's unfortunately been a defensive liability. Which he was on the Leafs team that choked versus Montreal, so that was a couple seasons ago when they lost to Montreal in the first round. Yeah,
and to hear Hot Take Hockey call it the whole way to. He goes, we're going to lose to them in 7, and they did. And that was maybe the worst cup final ever. Like, if there was a more deserving team to not be in the finals, I'm sorry. I just thought that was the year that Toronto was set up to be in the cup final, and they just blew it. They just blew it.
Yeah, Carey Price carrying Montreal through those playoffs.
Well, Philip Deneau, too, was
he played really well. And he got himself a nice contract with LA from, he had
over 20 goals
He's another two-way guy. That's such a strong two-way player.
Big fan of him.
Yep. We're at commercial break right now. It's a slashing penalty against Andrew Mangiapane. Let's see this.
By the way, that Leafs game is 4-4.
Wow, good one there. All right, so Edmonton to the power play. Obviously, McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, Barry. You've got lethal power play here for Edmonton. You don't want to give them power play chances very often, or they're going to make the most of it. So we have 13-14 to go in the second period. It's going to be an ozone draw. Draisaitl wins it to the half wall. McDavid comes off, takes it, has possession for the Oilers, back to Barry at the point, and Edmonton is set up in the offensive zone. Working around now, 10 seconds into the power play. Oilers looking for their first lead. That one's deflected just wide. Worked up now, Calgary trying to clear, can't get it out. Second chance, still can't get it out. Here's McDavid, slot, pass over, shot off the outside. Couldn't
Sean,
get
can you
that
say
one.
What time you're at?
12:45 to go in the second period now as Calgary takes the puck, lifts that one up and all the way back to the Oilers zone. Sorry, I was blanking there for a second. 1:20 to go now on the power play as Barry carries up, drop pass, speed from McDavid over the red line into the offensive zone. Here's Nugent Hopkins back to the point. Tyson Barry. Oilers set up again in the attacking zone, trying to work this one around, backhanded. Works up the wall, knocked down, played to the point. Nugent Hopkins cycling. Barry trying to find McDavid. That pass is offline, and the Flames can clear it out to neutral ice. Well, the problem with Buffalo, Nate, is they give up almost as many goals as they score. That's the problem with the Sabres. I mean, dynamic offense, fantastic young talent on that team, but like Ottawa, they don't have the defensive side of the game there yet. And I mean, they will eventually as, they get better and they learn and more guys develop and they get some more veterans added into the mix. They'll get there. And I think Buffalo has a very bright future. But as far as this year is concerned, yeah, they score a boatload of goals and Tage Thompson's been one of the best players in the league this season, but they give up too many goals. And I mean, if you're going to be a true elite team in the league, you want to have a really good goal differential. You know, you want to score a lot of goals, but you also don't want to give up. But like, look at, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about Boston because they're just so ridiculously above everybody else goal differential wise. As we get a shorthanded shot there, right as the penalty comes to an end, Flames kill it off, and a good save by Skinner. Another one deflected wide.
Though, John, for Boston. That's going to carry over into the playoffs for them. That's not a fugazi stat.
No, they're a good team defensively and offensively, but it's hard to get to that level. Like, Boston's goal differential right now is at plus 56. I mean, nobody else is even close. But if you look at a team like Toronto, who's at plus 29, or a team like Pittsburgh, who's at plus 19, Tampa at plus 18, like...
But what's the common denominator with those teams? They played defensively well at the forward position.
Oh, it's funny because Buffalo's at plus 18 as well. Like, their goal differential isn't bad, but they've given up 109 goals.
But that's because Buffalo scores.
Because they're scoring like
a ton of goals.
Yeah, so Toronto has 111 goals scored, but they only have 82 goals against.
Yeah.
You know,
I've actually been really impressed with the Maple Leafs defensive play.
They're one of the better defensive teams in the league this year, which is almost never said about Toronto. Like, they figured out that part of the game, which I think is going to really help them in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're going to win around this year.
Because they've got the defensive side of things figured out.
Yeah, and if they're healthy at the back end, like, come playoff time, like, regardless if they don't have Muzzin, they don't need him now. I feel like they are not going to need that player. I was going to say, we were talking about Buffalo earlier. You know, they're 3 years from now with Devin Levi and that defensive core of just Dahlin and Power.
Yeah.
They're going to be like Stanley Cup caliber.
I want to see what Devin Levi turns into because he is looking like a high level prospect.
He's going to be like a Jake Otten. He's going to be good. I believe he's going to be
I hope he is like a Jake Ottinger. I really do. You know, another Hockey East guy at Northeastern. You know, Jake Ottinger came out of BU. Devin Levi is currently at Northeastern. I would love to see him become a Jake Ottinger level goaltender.
I think it's formality.
I still think Spencer Knight is going to get there. He's not there yet, but he's still like, what, 21, 22? Like, goalies. Goalies take...
Florida is also atrocious defensively.
Yeah, he doesn't have much help in front of him either.
So I just don't think you could take any of his stats and put any real belief into him. I know he hasn't played as well as he did last year, but, you know, like, Ekblad, unfortunately for him, I feel like he is one of those guys. He was another one of those guys that was just incredible as a rookie. It's just so uncommon as a defensive guy.
Yeah.
And he's just had so many injuries and concussions now that I wonder if his, you know, who he kind of, his career projection sort of reminds me a little bit of, but maybe not as, he is a little bit of a Dion Phaneuf guy who played fast and hard and had some really high skill. And then, you know, hit a wall and was like out of the league in like 3 years.
Yeah.
And I unfortunately think that's happening for them, which sucks because he can't stay healthy. And
yeah, so Spencer Knight's only 21 years old. I think we need to stop judging goaltenders at 21, considering most goalies aren't even in the league until they're like 24 or 25. The fact that Spencer Knight has a .909 save percentage at 21 years old, like let's give that kid some time to really establish himself.
If he played for Toronto, he'd have like a .940.
Yeah, he if you put a better defensive team in front of him, I think you'd be looking at least a 915 to 920.
If he played for Boston, he'd be 940.
Wow.
Yeah, he'd be doing better than Swayman, in my opinion. And I want.
And I still think
Swayman's the last.
Again, so many Bruins fans, because Swayman hasn't been, you know, spectacular this year. We got a penalty coming up here against the Oilers. Swayman hasn't, I guess, been as good this year as he was last year. And there's been so many Bruins fans just like saying trade Swayman. It's like, can we stop and realize that this is a kid in his second NHL season? Again, 20, I believe Swayman's 22. Like, just trying to figure out the NHL. Like, most goalies aren't even in the league at this age. Like, can we stop with the goalie bashing on a 22-year-old kid? Like, there's gonna be ups and downs.
This is a societal thing, though, right, John? What have you done for me lately?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah.
But we're going to get a power play here for Calgary, by the way, as Puljujarvi goes to the box for tripping. Big chance for the Flames on this man advantage to try and get a lead again as this game's tied 1-1. We head to a commercial break. No, it is just the way things are. And the internet, the Twitter age is like, we're gonna see, what did you do yesterday? We don't care. This is I talked about this with somebody, some of my friends, I think a few days ago, or maybe a couple weeks ago now, or whatever. But one of the biggest thing that annoys me about the internet age is that people try and make long-term, they try and talk long-term about short-term instances or things that are happening in the short term, and they try and make like a long-term decision about something, where like they talk about teams, like a team could be, first overall in the league, but they lost their last game, and they'll say that this team sucks. Like, I see it in the chat because I was talking about things that really annoy me in the chat.
Well, Pittsburgh earlier in the year.
Yeah. People try and take these real short-term instances and small sample sizes and make some sort of like long-term, I'm blanking on the exact word I'm looking for, but like this long-term response.
Prognostication?
Yeah, this long-term response to it over a very short-term thing. And it really is one of the biggest things that ticks me off about just social media and the overall like thought process of today's society is like, a guy, assumptions is a good, like, a team loses one game and people are in the chat like, oh, this team blows. It's like, dude, they're 9-1 in their last 10 games, and they've lost one game. They're first place in their division. Like, nobody sucks here. Like, what are you looking at? Like, pay attention to something beyond this one game. And like, people are doing that now with Swayman. It's like, this is a 22-year-old kid who is like, for him to even be in the NHL at that age is remarkable. And the guy has one bad game where he gives up 4 or 5 goals, and all of a sudden everybody in the chat's like, Swayman sucks, trade Swayman. It's like, shut up. Like, I don't give a shit if he has a tough
There's no long-term in their thought process.
No, there's no long-term idea of how good he's going to be down the line. And you're basing this off a bad week? Like, do you not understand how the NHL works? Like there's gonna be bumps in the road. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be bad weeks. There's going to be bad months. You have a future franchise goaltender in your organization.
Yeah.
The dude has a 9.16.
We're all guilty of it. I was even saying blow up the Caps and, trade Connor McMichael and get some guys.
You shouldn't be making judgments on players until they're at least like 23, 24 years old. And for goalies, it's even older. Because honestly, there are some goalies who, Jacob Markstrom's a great example, who was not good until he was like 29 years old. When Markstrom came up with Florida, he was terrible.
Because they weren't good defensively.
And they weren't good defensively. He didn't have help in front of him. But Markstrom didn't have his career breakout year until he was like 28 or 29 years old with Vancouver.
Yeah. And they could but Vancouver could afford to let him walk.
Because they have Thatcher Demko. And now Thatcher Demko has had a brutal year. No doubt about it. He's had a rough year in Vancouver.
Yeah,
but he's another guy who's still only like 25?
Yeah, like, Martin.
Can we give the kid a break? He's 25 years old. Spencer Knight.
No, they're not going to trade him.
As Axie is pointing out, Spencer Knight is getting that same treatment now. It's like, can we chill with these long-term assumptions about these players when they're young? Like, you don't know what they're going to turn into.
Well, the only way I would ever trade a player like Swayman is if you did have like a guy like Devin Levi in your system.
Yeah.
Where you had some depth at the position and you're like, hey, we can get better as a team and trade one of these assets that we know is going to be a good player for somebody else at some point, but we have depth at, within the organization,
Yeah.
that's where the smart GMs outlast the dumb ones.
Yeah.
Because they don't pull the. Bill Armstrong is the greatest example of that because of what happened with St. Louis. They're like, trade all these guys, and they didn't trade them, and then they win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things,
Oh, Uyghur there goes knee on knee. Wow, no penalty. I thought that'd be a trip there against Uyghur. He took an Oilers player out. Looked like it was kind of a leg check, but no penalty on the play. Here's Anderson now for the Flames, right back in the offensive zone. Power play is over. Back out high to the blue line. Flames with a chance here. Anderson. I mean, Rasmus Anderson's a great example. I was talking about earlier about how patient the Flames were with him. How many teams would have traded him away when he wasn't in the NHL as a 20-year-old?
And quite frankly, his name escapes me. The GM of Calgary,
Brad Trevelyan.
He did a really good job in recovering. Tkachuk saying he doesn't want to come back. That he wasn't going to resign, which I give Tkachuk a lot of credit because that helped them get assets. They lost Goudreau. They bring in Uyghur and Huberdeau, which are two good. I don't know that Huberdeau contract's going to age well, but I think you're going to get 2 or 3 more good years out of that guy, and they really land. And like you said, he didn't give up on some of these guys that they needed. I defensively feel like they also remember a few years ago they had Dougie Hamilton and had to make that move, and they got Hanifin, and that's worked out pretty well for them. You could argue Hamilton's far and away the better player, but the Carolina Hurricanes don't have anything to show for Hamilton now. But
now he's with New Jersey. I mean, Carolina didn't even keep Hamilton. Another team, Boston, Calgary, and Carolina have all moved on from Dougie Hamilton.
Yeah. So I think he's a little bit polarizing in the locker room.
Oh, that's why Boston. He didn't want to be in Boston. I think he made that very known. And no, I definitely do think he's kind of a polarizing. Is he great in the room? You for a guy, he's been on 4 different teams now. He's a talented player. He's definitely got some defensive deficiencies at times. But I definitely
think he's a much more offensive gifted.
The locker room definitely plays a role in that, where I think he's kind of been an issue.
There's another guy that didn't get given up on too soon. Logan Hacker pointed out in the chat. I think the Stars went up 3-2. Roope Hintz.
They waited for him to develop, and look at what he's turned into. He's a legitimate number 1 center.
Yep, that's his 17th goal this season.
He's a guy who's 26.
Yeah.
All right. He first came up, let's see, his first he had played 58 games in 2018-19. So that was, 5 seasons ago now. So we were looking at early 20s. Another guy that they let kind of, when he came up, he had 22 points in 58 games. This wasn't a guy that just blew onto the scene. Again, Dallas was patient. The year that he was 22, he played 60 games. He had 19 goals. You really start to see, okay, he's 22 now. He's coming into his own. He's starting to show that potential. And then,
John,
from there, he takes off. He had
Jim Nill, right? Jim Nill is the GM for Dallas.
Yeah.
Didn't they get Hintz, Heiskanen, and Robertson all in the same draft?
I'd have to go to Hockey Reference quick to look that up, but
I'll do it for you.
Okay. I'll get into some play-by-play here. As you look that up, but that's thrown in on Skinner. He makes a save as Blake Coleman drives in, and Coleman falls down. A little collision there. 2:23 to go here in the second period. Still a 1-1 game between Edmonton and Calgary. People are very impatient, Sasha, and it's just one of those things that annoys me when people are calling Jack Hughes. Everybody was calling Jack Hughes a bust after his first season as an 18-year-old kid in the NHL. And people are calling Jack Hughes a bust. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He's literally a teenager playing in the NHL. And yes, he only had 7 goals and 13 points, whatever he had. It wasn't a good first year for somebody, drafted as high as Hughes was, but was he first overall that year when he and Capo Caco went? But can we give the kid some time? And now Hughes is a star in New Jersey and becoming a superstar, extremely talented. So it just annoys me when people are calling these 20 and 21-year-old kids busts, and it's you don't know how it works in the NHL. Some guys just take time to develop, and once they're 25, they could be superstar players. And again, I think, with a guy like Connor McDavid, who came in and lit it up right away, and Austin Matthews literally had 4 goals in his first game, just lit it up right away, as we got a nice glove save there by Skinner. Not every player is going to be that. And people need to realize that and have a little bit more patience and realize that some guys are going to be 23, 24, maybe even 25 years old before they come in and really become a good NHLer. And especially goaltenders, they take longer than anybody to develop. A lot of times it's the mid to late 20s before you have a goaltender that is truly NHL ready. So you shouldn't be giving up on your 21-year-old goalie or your 22-year-old goalie. It might be a little while before they get really into that level of play that you're hoping that they can get to. And it's about patience and development. And I feel like that development is kind of a lost art in the NHL this year. Or not this year, but these days. Just like this era in general of the 18 and 19-year-old stars, development's kind of a lost idea. And some guys just need it.
Yeah, you got to be patient with some of these guys. I think a lot of these teams do too, with the experienced GMs, have a good idea of when to let go of a player.
The experienced GMs do, yes.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder about the young analytic guys a little bit more, but so just real quick, Dallas in 2015, which is that famous Boston draft, right?
It's a terrible Boston. Well, DeBrusque has been okay, but Zaboral.
Yeah. But if you could have drafted over,
shithead
you could have
terrible.
Had Matt Barzal and Kyle Connor.
Yeah.
Not Evgeny Svechnikov. Joel Eriksson-Ek. The Capitals took Ilya Samsonov in that first round, which he ended up being a good player. I still think that he's going to be an excellent goaltender in this league. He's played well for the Leafs this year. Anthony Beauvillier. So Rupe Hentz was a second-round pick, 49th overall by Dallas.
Yeah.
That's all scouting and stuff.
Yep.
I got to look at so I want to say they got Robertson and Heiskanen in the same draft. So they got Gurionov and Hentz, and that's drafting and development. Toronto wins in overtime, by the way.
Wow.
Who
nice
do you think
win.
scored the goal? I can tell you. You'll probably guess because he's had a hell of a year for Toronto.
Marner?
It's not
not
number
Marner?
88, Nylander.
Oh, Willie Nylander. Okay.
Yeah, he's been on fire.
Marner's had a big year. Nylander's had a big year. Yeah.
Yeah, Nylander stole the puck from number 91, Vladimir Tarasenko. Drove down and beat Bennington on the breakaway. Beautiful backhand.
Nice.
Great goal.
So we go to the
Toronto.
second intermission here. 1-1 game, Edmonton, Calgary. Wild beat the Jets 4-1, and Dallas beats Nashville 3-2. Man, the Preds have been one of the biggest disappointments to me.
Well, and that's the thing. That was a game when we were talking about it earlier. I was like, they can't lose to the Preds because they're most likely not a playoff team this year.
Yeah, no, it looks like Nashville's not going to make it. And I had high hopes for the Predators this year. I enjoy watching them. They're a team that I like to watch. But, boy, they have been disappointing.
They're just aging. I think they're aging out of haven't they been to the playoffs 10 straight years? That is just so hard to do in this day and age. I know what Detroit did. Now look, Detroit's having to rebuild and all that. So it's one of those things where it's I'm trying to look here because looking at the 2016 draft, and Dallas's first overall pick was Riley Tuff, and a guy from up there, Hockey East, Connecticut Huskies. And I don't think he's panned out.
Hasn't really made it, no.
Right after Riley Tuff, St. Louis drafts Tage Thompson, and that was a pick they got from the TJ Oshie deal from the Capitals. So the Capitals got Tage Thompson. Oh, God. But you guys drafted Trent Frederick at 29th overall. He's turned out to be a solid player. I mean, I don't know if you want him to be a first-round guy.
Yeah. I mean, I love Freddie. Like, he's one of my favorite players because he's a tough kid and is one of those guys that grinds it out, but not really what I would call a first-round talent. You know, he's more of like a bottom six grinder type, but I love the kid, and he plays his heart out every night, but
you guys drafted Ryan Lindgren that year too in the second round.
And then traded him away in the Rick Nash deal. That's one that I think Sweeney would love to have back.
Yeah, I think Sweeney would be a guy that Bruins fans wouldn't be all that sad to see go.
No, he is not popular among Bruins fans. It's like it's almost like the Bruins have been continually successful in spite of their GM. And, I mean, it's really been Bergeron, Marchand, and Pastrnak that are like the catalyst for and obviously McAvoy has turned out to be an absolute stud.
He's been good. There's been some. I don't think you could throw all those. You've got to hit on some of those picks, but yeah, very good. Very good core there with Bergeron, Pastrnak, and Marchand.
Having those guys there has been a huge help because I mean, Sweeney's done okay with some of his moves. I loved the Charlie Coyle trade. Don't necessarily love the contract, but the trade was fantastic when he brought Coyle in. And
where did he come from? Where did you guys
Minnesota.
Get him from? He was a Minnesota guy.
Donato and a draft pick to get Coyle, and I always hated Donato. That was a personal thing for me. I feel like all he has is a shot. Like, that's it. He's a shooter, and he's awful defensively. Doesn't fit the Bruins style at all of, two-way player. Boston for so long has, had such an emphasis on, the Bergerons and the Marchands and the Krejcis and guys that are two-way forwards. And Donato wants nothing to do with the defensive zone. He just wants to shoot pucks on net. So I was not sad at all to see him go. And Coyle kills penalties and is a face-off guy. And I love Coyle. And, he's having a really strong year this year. Obviously, the Taylor Hall move was a home run. Buffalo got fleeced in that one. I mean, Buffalo got flat out fleeced. I can't defend that.
Yeah, but that was they had him on a 1-year deal. I feel like they didn't. It's not like they had anything really invested in Taylor Hall. That's just one of those guys you can.
No, but they got nothing for him. I mean, Anders Bjork doesn't even belong in the NHL. Like, he's terrible, and they got a second. Yeah, they got a late second round pick. Like.
Yeah, but honestly, the fact that they got a pick at all with a guy that was on an expiring deal I actually didn't think they did all that bad. I think if that was the MVP Taylor Hall getting traded, but I mean, he's basically a third line player now, right?
No, he's been really good for the Bruins.
No, I mean but him at a third line because he's so skilled is better than every other third liner in the league. There's no questioning that. Hey, by the way, real quick. This is the 2017 draft for the Dallas Stars. 4th overall pick. Nico Hischier, Nolan Patrick, Miro Heiskanen, 3rd overall. Bet Philly had to do that over. They'd be taking Heiskanen.
Oh, absolutely.
Or Cale Makar, because Cale Makar was 4th overall. Elias Pettersson was 5th. Nick Suzuki was 13th. So they had 2 first-round picks.
Yep.
Their second pick, they drafted Jake Ottinger. And in the second round, they got this kid named Jason Robertson. So that 2017 draft, that 2015 draft, go back and look at Dallas.
Yeah.
And just see. Because they missed. It looks like they missed on their top 3 in 2016. Like, they didn't hit anybody real big. But it's like, if you hit, like, with those type of players.
Yeah.
And they are just their core. And I'll tell you right now, if you told me tomorrow Dallas is in the Cup Finals, I'd be like, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and Dallas hit big in 2021 with their 2021 draft. They got Wyatt Johnston. He's got 10 goals already this year.
Yeah.
And Logan Stankoven, a second rounder, certainly looks like he's well on his way to being a solid NHLer.
Hockey's interviewed him. I saw the interview. I don't know if you got to see that interview.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. Ty Dellandrea from 2018 has, at least this season, made himself a full-time NHLer. Thomas Harley is kind of a depth D-man for them, but starting to come into his own from the 2019 draft. Maverick Bork is, 2020, starting to make his way up. Hasn't played an NHL game yet. But
is that one of Ray's kids?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Because I know the Caps had Chris Bork.
I don't think he's related, but I'd have to look deeper into that. I know Chris Bork played for the Bruins for a short time.
He was with the Capitals farm system and won a couple of calls. With the Hershey Bears and stuff. He was one of those guys, incredible AHL player, but just could never crack the NHL roster. A little undersized.
Yeah. The undersized definitely hasn't helped, but I would say recently Dallas has really hit with some big draft picks, and
I mean
that's been a big reason why. Now we look at the Stars, who just won again tonight. We're looking at a first place hockey team in the Central,
and they have depth scoring. This is what we were talking about with it. I thought tonight was an excellent example. The Capitals overcome all these injuries. They get all this secondary scoring. They get great goaltending, which they've been getting the last basically since November. And the Rangers don't get any scoring from anybody. They stay in the perimeter.
Yeah.
And they're not getting goals from their bottom guys. The bottom six are not showing at all.
Yeah.
Like, I did not hear you say, what's his name? We heard nothing from Lafreniere. Kako was noticeable. I noticed him. He had a good game.
He was decent. Trocheck was invisible.
Yeah, Trocheck.
Barclay Goodrow did nothing in that game.
I heard you not call his name once.
That's a guy that, like, I get if he's not scoring. Like, he's a depth guy. I can see, but if he's not scoring, he's going to be involved in the game physically. Like, he's a big body who's not afraid.
Yeah.
He's shown in the playoffs that he can bring a physical element to the game. He did nothing in this game tonight. Like, he's going to be a guy out there throwing the weight around, mucking it up after the whistle.
That's a contract I think they're going to look to move after this season, to be honest with you.
I think, he's just got to be involved more. If it's not going to be on the score sheet, it's got to be in other ways. And I think the problem with his contract is they gave him, I believe it was a 6-year deal, and that
isn't he like $5 million though?
No, it's like 3 point something.
Oh, is it only that?
Yeah, it's like 3.6 or something like that.
Oh, that's not a bad deal then.
Well, the problem is it's way too long. It's like third line money, but it's way too long.
So he got Chris Drury gave him the deal. He makes $3.6 million.
3.6, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a 6-year deal.
Yeah, it's way too long.
He's not off that team till 2026, 2027 season.
I mean, the good news is that, and he has a modified NTC too, so he can nix a trade to 15 teams.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're finding with a lot of those is that they just won't be traded to Canada.
Yeah.
My boy Nick Kiprios, I listen to his show a lot. They're on holiday break, but he's always saying it's basically you're not trading me to Canada.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of it's Canadian players that don't want to be traded to Canada. And I've kind of heard this a little bit today. They were talking about it on Chicklets a little bit about McDavid that, it's those Canadian markets they don't have anything else.
Yeah.
The CFL does not dominate the discussion like the NFL. They watch NFL. Now, Perlo has told me that NFL, like you go to a bar on Sunday, everybody's watching the NFL.
It's on, yeah.
Yeah, they're very much into the
No,
NFL.
hockey is clearly the number one sport up there.
Right. And if you live in a town of Edmonton, which is 600,000 people, and you are a number one draw, and you happen to be like Jesus, like your personal private life is
like Tom Brady. It's like being Tom Brady in the NFL or Patrick Mahomes or someone like that.
Yeah. I think that's a good comparison. No, absolutely. You have to figure Tom Brady probably doesn't get bothered that much in Tampa.
Yeah.
In Boston, he probably, had to be. I know he lived in New York a lot of the time too, which isn't far from there, but I wished he would have just retired. Nothing against him.
I do too, personally, but
I just feel bad for the guy. It's like, dude, you've won 7. You have nothing to prove. I mean, Joe Montana would have to come out of retirement and win 3 Super Bowls just to catch you. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. Like, and if you want to say, because Belichick's won 8 Super Bowls, he won 2 with the Giants as a defensive coordinator. You want to have at least equal to Bill, which I'm sure there's some of that to it. It's just like,
yeah, I don't think anybody really
enjoy your life, man. You have a supermodel. Well, you did. You had like a supermodel life, and like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah,
I guess because when I retired, my wife was like, I don't want you to work. Just do this, have fun, chill out, run the house.
Yeah,
it's like I enjoy it, and it doesn't suck, And I worked hard for 25 years, so I get it. I don't get how these people don't understand, because before you know it, life's over.
Yeah.
And then you're going to look back and go, oh, I regret not doing this or trying this, or I just don't.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. So I will tell you, Rick, I see the Leafs are doing well. I really think the Leafs, I would not be surprised if they made a big run. And this is why I would love to see the reseeding, because we know that we're going to see Boston and Tampa probably play Toronto in the first or second round, which is kind of horrible.
Right now, it would be Toronto, Tampa in the first round.
Yeah, I think Toronto will beat Tampa this year. I think they had that last game against them. They looked really good.
I think that totally depends on Andrei Vasilevsky.
Yeah, but he hasn't been great.
I know, but he's one of those guys that come playoff time, you can just...
Yeah, he's so massive too.
But I agree with you about Toronto. I think this Toronto team, from what I've seen this year, is the most playoff ready team.
They're getting out of the first round. I would put money on it.
I think this year's Toronto team of the last 5-6 years is the most stylistically ready to win in the playoffs. And I think the improved defense and just keeping the puck out of the net better than they have been is a huge reason why, because that tends to be the style that wins in the playoffs.
Exactly. You have to.
I listen. I think them in Tampa would be one hell of a series.
I think they beat Tampa in 5 or 6. I think they lose to Boston, which is hilarious.
I think it totally depends on what Bruins team showed. Like, Boston's been great in the first half of this year, but I just that doesn't mean they're going to be able to keep that up.
Well, they have to be healthy, right? You know for a fact, like as a Bruins supporter, you've watched that team win the Stanley Cup, and you know what you've seen them do it in the playoffs. They've made it to Cup Finals in 2019 and 2014 as well. And you just have to be healthy and have that depth.
Yeah.
When you get to that point, I think if that Boston team has its full complement of players, they're going to be a tough team to beat. But I'll tell you, like, I could see Carolina beating them. I could see the Pittsburgh Penguins beating them. If the Caps play like they did today, but they could beat Boston. I think that's a long shot.
I look at the Eastern.
It's safe to say they're the 4th of the 4 best teams in the league. They're number 1 right now.
Yeah, right now, based on what we've seen so far. But I think you go into the playoffs, and
New season.
It really is in the NHL where, you're reset 0-0 and you don't know what's going to happen. All it takes is one or two bad games and you're out. See you later.
Well, if you're remotely banged up,
and if you're injured, forget it. Yeah, if you're injured,
Dallas when they went on that Cup final run and played Tampa in the bubble. If that Dallas team was healthy, I'm not sure Tampa wins that series.
That's things that you'll just never know, and you could go back and look at injured teams from every year in the playoffs and say, what if? But that's the thing. I think there's that's why I don't like making a cup pick. People are always asking me, who's your Stanley Cup pick as of right now? Yeah. It's like, dude, no, I have no idea because I don't know who's going to be healthy. I don't know how teams are going to be playing come playoff time. There's still so much hockey left that, Boston's been great. This is a team that has 7 combined losses through 34 games this year.
It's pretty impressive. But the President's Trophy has been the kiss of death.
If they win the President's Trophy, they could get knocked out in the first round. I mean,
that's literally almost a guarantee now.
They could be playing the Rangers. If the season ended right now, Boston's first round series would be against the Rangers. And all it would take is Igor Shesterkin to steal a series, and all of a sudden the Bruins are out in round 1. And the Rangers
got to get that depth scoring, though. If you're not seeing that, I mean, they're not getting it from their top guys, let alone their depth scoring. But, Shesterkin can stand on his head all day long. But Boston's not going to give up the chances that, you even saw from Washington tonight, which I didn't feel like. I thought the Washington did fairly well, kept them to the outside.
They did a very good job.
Yeah, but, that Boston team is not going to give you freebies in the playoffs if they're 100%. But this is why I say I believe in Boston as a contender, and I believe in Toronto too, because both those teams, and then if the Caps do well and make it, I'll believe in them too, because these teams that overcome adversity with all the injuries early in the year, what it does is all these other guys step up into these roles and they show they can do it. And if you have that depth and that belief in your team, I really feel like you're going to see your team do well in the postseason.
Yeah.
And I would say years past, Caps had when we won the Cup the next year, we lost to Carolina. Well, TJ Oshie ran into the boards by Warren Fogle and was out, and it really hurt the Caps.
Yeah.
And they had experienced a lot of adversity that year. They were still on the Cup eye. They got a lot of teams' best shots and still beat a lot of great teams because they were the Cup champions. They're like, we're going to do this again. Let's do the back-to-back. They had the whole thing. I think if they had struggled early in the year and found their game later and then maybe were healthy into the playoffs, it would have been a much different situation. I think they could have easily won. You can't convince me that if that same Caps team that won in 2018, just a few role players different, couldn't have beaten St. Louis. And look, you were there. Your team was in the finals.
Yeah.
And you could have won that game easily. You guys dominated the first half of that game 7, and it was all Bennington just stole the game. Really,
it's so many what ifs and goaltending. I think goaltending ends up being the deciding factor so much in the playoffs.
But if you would have had a Taylor Hall or you know what I'm saying? If you'd had a little bit more of that depth scoring in that 2019 team, you never know.
By the way, and you will never know. That's the thing is the margin of error in the NHL, especially come playoff time, is so slim.
Yeah.
It is one bounce here, one bounce there. That's a complete difference in an entire series sometimes. And that's all it takes. And that's going to be no different this year. That's why, again, circling back to when people ask me, who do I think is going to win the Cup? It's like, dude, I have no idea. Because come playoff time, anything can happen.
Yep.
And
nobody had the Blues in 2019. In 2018, nobody had the Caps. There was not a single person. In fact, you go back and look at all the pundits, they had the Blue Jackets beating them in the first round. There was one or two analysts that had the Blue Jackets beating them. And then every round, Don Cherry, all of them. Nope, not going to win. Caps suck. Not winning. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh, of course.
Well, they
You
thought
know,
Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh had beaten them the 2 years before.
well, Toronto should get partial credit for the cup because they gave Phil Kessel away to him for nothing, basically. And that was the difference in those series. They had
the HBK line, Kessel,
they had
Bonino,
a third,
and
they had
Hagelin.
a guy who's a top line goal scorer playing second and third line, and it's just and Phil Kessel doesn't get the credit for being as good a player as he's over 400 goals, it's 1,000 NHL Ironman.
Yeah.
You know, he's a Boston area guy. I know he was drafted by the Bruins. You know, like the guy's a good player. You know,
Yeah. Nice
you know,
kick
but
save
that
there.
Canadian market, you know, affected him.
Toronto was brutal to him from the media standpoint. They were brutal to him.
Yeah, if he gets traded anywhere else, I don't think Pittsburgh gets by Washington in one of those series. You know, if George McPhee doesn't panic at the deadline and trades Philip Forsberg for Martin Erat.
Yeah, the classic no goals.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Forsberg was on those Caps teams in 2016, 2017? Wow.
He was like their most highly touted prospect at the time.
Well, they had him and Wilson the same draft year.
Yeah, but Forsberg was like a highly, highly touted prospect.
He actually fell in the draft, and I think the Capitals were like, well, we got to draft this guy because they had a high grade on him.
Yep.
But like, I think they never. I think it was just like house money. They had that extra pick, and they're just like, we're gonna, you know,
yep,
we're gonna. And then I don't know. I'll never forgive George McPhee for that trade, but it's like
definitely one of the worst of all time in the NHL when you look back on it.
No, in my opinion,
Forsberg becoming a 40-goal guy and Martin Erat doing absolutely nothing in Washington and being out of the league like a year or two later.
Yeah, I think he scored 3 points for the Capitals.
Oh, it was horrendous. Anyway, Calgary's in the offensive zone here. We're still looking for a go-ahead goal in this game. Just over 3 minutes into the third period, Yamamoto gets checked by Lucic. Kadri takes the puck, and Calgary has possession back. Trying to work it around now. Flames with it over the red line, up into the offensive zone. Rasmus Andersson jumping into the play. Short side shot. Skinner makes a save. Coleman going net front. Taken away, though, by Foegele. Yamamoto back to Foegele, and the Oilers are out of the zone as they carry into the Calgary end. Here's Connor McDavid. Sends that one in. Back out now. Mangiapane. Over into the offensive zone. Backlund. Oilers got a new line on the ice. Backlund shot gets stopped. Now McDavid steals from the D into the offensive zone. 1-on-3. Waiting for some help. Back to the top of the circle. There's a shot. And that one just ripped wide. Taken around now. Not sure if Markstrom may have gotten a blocker on it. Either way, it stays out. Oilers in the attacking zone. Trying to get a 2-1 lead. 15:28 to go here in the third period. Spin around.
You got to love what you're seeing from Calgary.
Calgary takes it up now over the red line into the offensive zone. This has just been a tight game through and through. Flames leading shots 27-19. Around it goes, played here by Stone. And Calgary's back up ice, dumping into the offensive end. 15 minutes remaining here in the third period. Oilers come out, neutral zone. Flames trying to dump it back in. It's Toffoli. Played here by Dubé. Down low for Lindholm. To Dubé. Looking for Toffoli in front. Can't get a pass through. Skates back to the point. Gonna work it away, and the Oilers kick out to the neutral zone. Here's back Nugent Hopkins the other way. Cuts to the middle with a shot that gets blocked. Taken back again by Edmonton. Knocked away by Markstrom. Toffoli takes it. Will lift it up and out of the zone to neutral ice. Partial line change coming for Calgary. Now they get possession back and will look to finish it. Working it around now with 14:20 to go in the third period. Puck into the offensive zone. Brett Ritchie up to Trevor Lewis. Sticked away there by Skinner. Down low, Ruzicka in on the forecheck. Calgary keeps it in as Ruzicka will play it. To the middle. Here's a shot for Lewis. Nice save by Skinner. Rebound chance. Can't get it through. Hannafin with shot gets blocked by McLeod off his stick up into the netting. And we'll get a whistle and a commercial break. 1-1 hockey game. 13:52 to go in the third. And it is a tied Battle of Alberta between Edmonton and Calgary. This is turning into quite a game coming down to the wire here as we're under 14 minutes to go. Really appreciate everybody watching. Please don't forget, it really helps a lot if you can hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. Cover the entire NHL, so fans of all teams are welcome and wanted here. We're just trying to build our hockey community where everybody can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. And appreciate everybody watching, and hope you're enjoying the stream and the games tonight.
5-2 Arizona.
Wow.
Yep.
Colorado.
I mean, that just shows you how just devastated the Colorado Avalanche are. I'm not saying that Arizona team, which, by the way, speaking of players from non-traditional hockey markets, Clayton Keller from Illinois.
Oh, yeah.
What a hockey player that guy is.
He's been fantastic. Colorado had 4 straight wins going into this game, and obviously not their night tonight against the Coyotes. But Arizona's not an easy win anymore. They're a team that plays hard. They've got a lot of young players. They've got a lot of gritty players on that team, and they are not an easy win anymore. They've become a team that's really difficult to play against, even though if the wins aren't always there. Philadelphia is the same thing under Tortorella.
Yeah,
where
I'm a big fan of him.
The last 2 years, Philadelphia didn't even look like they wanted to be on the ice. Like the effort level was gone. There was nothing there for Philly. And
so
Tortorella's come in and really made sure that they put an effort out each and every night.
This is why I don't get the recycling of NHL coaches, because Mike Yeo gets fired in St. Louis and Craig Berube takes over. They win the cup.
Yeah.
Then he's in Philadelphia, and they're awful. And now he started. I know he's an assistant under Boudreau right now
in
Vancouver, but it's like, how does that guy have a job?
Yeah.
I get it. He coached under Dan Bilesma with the Penguins. Just because you coach Crosby doesn't mean you're the greatest thing since sliced bread.
I mean, what's Dan Bilesma doing now? He's not in the NHL.
Coaching in the NHL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's in the AHL, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
I think Dan Bilesma is in the AHL right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's currently the head coach of Coachella Valley Firebirds.
That's Seattle's
farm team in the AHL. Yeah. Kadri gets dumped in front of the net here. That's nothing new for him. Skinner covers the puck. We get a whistle with 13:15 to go.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick before the game goes back, you're a little bit ahead of me, so I can't really tell where you're at, so I apologize.
We just went to another commercial break now. Or quick commercial, I guess. It
just, to me, doesn't make sense why they keep recycling these guys.
Well, I mean, I think some of the, Tortorella's obviously been around a long time and had multiple different jobs.
Won a cup, though.
Yeah, I think there's certain coaches that have the history and have the results that lead to them being hired for multiple different jobs. But Mike Yeo has never won anything. Mike Yeo has never been a good coach.
No, he should not be a head coach ever again.
He's a guy that you look at and why do they keep getting jobs? Tortorella is now coached with Tampa, the Rangers, Columbus, Philly. I see, Tortorella is a very good coach, but there are certain guys.
Competitive Columbus was with him, and look at how they look now.
Yeah,
not great. No,
Columbus was a lot better under Tortorella, and I think there's certain guys that are those top of the line coaches that it does make sense to recycle, but they'll, some of the other guys that have never won anything and they keep getting multiple jobs over and over again. Like Yeo coached in Minnesota, he coached in St. Louis, he coached in Philadelphia. It's just like, when are you going to realize that it's not, he's not the guy? And, then there's always, new AHLer guys coming up, or, other coaches coming maybe out of college hockey or junior hockey that deserve a chance. We're going to get a power play here. It looks like Mangiapane is going to the penalty box. He's going to, he wrapped the arm around Darnell Nurse here. That just wasn't smart. That's going to result in a power play here for Edmonton and a good opportunity for the Oilers to try and take a lead in this game. 12:45 to go in the third. Edmonton has not had a lead in this game. This is a big chance on the man advantage as they steal the puck from Zadorov. Working it around, Derek Ryan kicks it to the corner. Back out high now. Here's McDavid. McDavid to the slot. Fires a shot and scores! Connor McDavid, what a quick release. Right from the slot. Glove side on Markstrom. And it's a 2-1 lead for Edmonton as they get their first lead of the game.
So, keeping him off the score sheet is I think they're going to look back at when he's not on the score sheet, they're going to look back at those games and be like, look at the job the defense did on these dudes. Yeah. Because it's so rare.
I mean, he had Lindholm right on him, and he just ripped the shot right by his stick.
It's because
threw it past Markstrom. Like, what a shot there by McDavid.
I've never seen anything like it. Edmonton, and boy, that was not a good penalty call, by the way. A really horrible penalty call. How Mangiapane got called there. I don't know if I am a Calgary Flames fan. I let that ref drive out of the arena without having a flat tire or something because, wow. He literally grabs him so he doesn't, like, check him. You know, like in from behind or dirty play him. This small Mangiapane, I don't know about that. And it had no bearing on the play at all. Yeah. That was a really horrible call.
Calgary driving right back in. Looks like they got some jump in their step as we tick under 12 minutes to go. Lindholm out high. Spins back to the blue line and will dump it deep. Around it goes. 11:45 to go in the third period. That puck's taken by Klim Kostin, and he's going to get it out for Edmonton. Oilers have their first lead of the game. They're up 2-1 over the Flames. Third period. Closing in on the halfway point. Flames looking to tie the game. Here's a shot from Kadri that's sent wide. Lucic couldn't get to the loose puck, and Bouchard will get it out for the Oilers. Back to get it. Calgary regrouping in the neutral zone. Trying to get back into their own end. Here's Skinner. Up the wall, passing the Emelainen. Played now out to the neutral zone. Foegele into the offensive end. He gets hit there right in front of the bench. Blast from Bouchard goes high off glass. Foegele comes back against Lucic but can't take the puck. Finishes his hit on the second chance. Flames come the other way. Calgary trying to carry now into the offensive zone. Here's Weegar with a high shot. Nice blocker save by Skinner. Around it goes. Played by Weegar out at the blue line. He keeps it in the offensive zone to the near side. Brett Ritchie. Thrown in there on Skinner. Puck ends up in the corner. Around it goes. Calgary in the offensive zone. Ruzicka's shot gets blocked. And that was Holloway getting in the way. It's going to go up into the netting, and we'll get a whistle with 10:35 remaining here in the third period. So about half a period to go here. Calgary looking for the tying goal, down by 1. Connor McDavid has the Edmonton Oilers up by a goal.
Well, Edmonton got away with a slash. It was just as glaring a penalty as that Mangiapane one, and they didn't call it. That's why I don't get how the refs decide to officiate these games when they call holding in the corner when basically the guy is just doing the bear hug so he doesn't, like, run the dude over. By the way, if Mangiapane doesn't do that and goes full bore at Darnell Nurse, he probably doesn't even make a dent on him anyway.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. Like, when they pick and choose to make the calls they make and to let, I feel like they let a lot of the dirty, sneaky stuff go. And then the kind of incidental, like accidental penalties they call all the time now.
Played up now. Hyman gets stood up, but McDavid dumps it in. Puljujarvi will chase. Markstrom deed it to his defenseman behind the net, up to Backlund. Out of the zone, Calgary into the attacking end. Here's Weegar. Cross it goes, sent wide. Around now, back out to the blue line. Flames keep it in. A little over halfway through this third now, down to the final few minutes. Under 10 minutes left, 9:31. It will be an icing call against Edmonton and an ozone draw for Calgary on the way. Calgary needs a goal.
I feel for Calgary. They have, 37 shots on goal? They've clearly dominated the offensive possession of this game. But if you give – all that was a little bit of space for McDavid. They get a power play, which since he started crying about not getting enough power plays, don't they lead the NHL in getting power plays?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't
It's
looked
up
at the
there.
numbers, but
well, they need it. Edmonton cannot beat a team 5-on-5.
No, they rely heavily on the power play.
And they're like 90% on it. They're just ridiculous. They're otherworldly. What is their playoff percentage? I'll look it up on the NHL.
Hey, Joe, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's get some sub hype in the chat for Joe. Welcome to the channel. Awesome to have you here. Yes, Kadri is playing Michael. He's number 91 on the Flames. And he's not on the ice right now, but we'll see if he gets out there. 9:22 to go, third period. Flames in the offensive zone. Faceoff goes right in on goal. And
they're number one in the league. 32.3% and a net power play percentage. They're number one in the league. Yeah. It's not even close. The next closest team is the Sabres at 29.8. Wow. So they're almost 3% better than the next closest team. That's all McDavid and Draisaitl.
Yeah, their power play points are huge
too, because he's a solid offensive player. But that's the difference right there. That's that guy. And they average. So Edmonton averages 3.6 points per game, which I believe is like number 3 behind Boston. They're only behind Boston and Buffalo. Buffalo leads, but they allow 3.46, which is like they're like the 9th worst team in the NHL in goals allowed. So, that team's not winning a cup with that roster. I mean, you could tell me they get Kane back. Okay. I mean,
they're not winning a Stanley Cup. They give up way too many goals.
He's going to help them score goals, but I don't know if he's going to keep it out of the net.
No, they give up way too many goals to win a cup.
Yeah. I mean...
But we've got a 1-1 game between the Kings and the Golden Knights right now. Also a 4-1 lead for Vancouver. Shoot, why am I blanking on who they're playing? Is it San Jose? I believe it's San Jose.
They're playing the Sharks.
Yeah, 4-1 lead for Vancouver in that one. Mr. C, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's get some new sub hype in the chat for Mr. C. And a welcome to the channel. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We're at a commercial break right now, past the halfway point in this third period. Edmonton up by a goal on Connor McDavid's power play marker. And that is the difference in the game right now, as it's 2-1 Oilers. But we'll see.
So Horvat has his 25th.
Oh, he's got to get traded at this point.
He's having an incredible year, too.
Problem is, it's going to cost so much to re-sign him. Nobody has the cap space to do it, at least among the higher level teams.
But if you could have him on your roster for a playoff run, even if you get him at the deadline and you don't have a deal in place to re-sign him,
if you're Boston and Bergeron and Krejci are done at the end of the year, you need a center badly.
Yeah. I've heard his name be mentioned to Boston. I don't think it's
you need a top center badly if Bergeron and Krejci are done at the end of this year.
Yeah.
No, Mander, what's going on? Welcome in. No, it is not an empty net. There's still 9 minutes to go. Brutal Bridget, what's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Awesome to have you. Let's get some new sub hype in the chat for Brutal Bridget, everybody. Thank you. As it's played now by the Oilers off the faceoff. Trying to extend the lead to 2. They're into the offensive zone. Leon Draisaitl with Nazem Kadri all over him. 8:35 to go here in the third. Darnell Nurse will play it down low. Around the boards to the near side. Noah Hannafin first on it. He's going to lift it up and out of the zone, but the Oilers will take it right back in. Yamamoto with Draisaitl. Takes it along the half wall. Trying to work it around.
So yeah, McDavid's at a 16-game point streak right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He literally has to do so much that I'm not surprised. 8 minutes left here now in the third. No, not really, no, Mander, because this year these games haven't been as high scoring this season. I think the last game that these teams played was 3-2. Their first meeting was 4-3, which did go over, but this hasn't been as wild and crazy of a series as it has been the last couple of years. Games have been a little bit more tame this year between these two.
Yeah, I think a lot of the luster is lost because no Tkachuk,
no Cassian,
no Cassian, no Goudreau. Just a different team. Different teams.
Yeah, the Oilers just aren't a physical lineup at all. Especially with Evander Kane out.
Kane helps with that a little bit.
With Kane out, they've got, Klim Kostin, they're not physical.
Bouchard's got a little grit to his game. I know he's a back-ender, but he doesn't look like a guy that you could push around easy.
No, there's. I think the Oilers are second to last in the league in fights this year. There's just it doesn't. We're not getting the Mike Smith, Cam Talbot goalie fights and the Matthew Tkachuk, fighting with Ethan Bear. We're not getting the line brawls this year like we did a few years ago.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if I played against Edmonton, I'd run McDavid every chance I could.
Oh, yeah. No one on the Oilers is going to do anything about it.
I would run him so much. And Draisaitl. Every time I got a chance to hit them or finish a
I'm
check
surprised,
on them,
Lucic or Zadorov hasn't just blasted one of those two, because nobody on the Oilers is going to do anything about it.
Yeah. Is he in the lineup tonight?
Yeah, they both are.
Okay, because he's been a healthy scratch, I think, a couple games this year.
Yeah, he was getting healthy scratched a couple weeks ago, but he is in the lineup tonight.
The thing about Milan is he's not a bad hockey player, but he's never been a great skater anyway.
No,
and so now
he's a fourth liner at this point.
He's just getting up there.
He's an older fourth liner at this point. Obviously once was a great power forward, but the legs aren't there anymore. As we get a blast on goal, Skinner sees it the whole way and makes a save on Toffoli. 6:48 to go in the third. It's still a 2-1 lead for Edmonton. No, Mander. Monahan was a fourth liner when he left Calgary, so he stinks anyway. They did lose
first line money.
They did lose Johnny Gaudreau and Matthew Tkachuk, but they brought in Nazem Kadri. They brought in Jonathan Huberdeau. They have Tyler Toffoli. They've got Elias Lindholm. I certainly wouldn't say the Flames have no firepower. It's just different guys than what they had in some spots last year. But
yeah, and they haven't gelled. You can tell that Huberdeau is not used to Sutter's system.
No, it's been a chemistry. There's been a lot of chemistry issues with this team for sure. They still got to figure out each other.
Huberdeau goes from living in South Florida, driving a Lamborghini, to living in Calgary and driving four-wheel drive.
Exactly. He needed a truck as soon as he went to Calgary. All right. Offensive zone draw.
Can't drive
here.
a Lamborghini in California or in Calgary.
Played away there. Zadorov loses it though, and it's out to the neutral zone. Oilers trying to get it in, down to 6:20 to go here in the third. Calgary back up into the attacking zone. Zadorov with a shot that goes wide to the corner, and Yamamoto will get it to the blue line, but not out. Another long shot in from the point, saved by Skinner. Covers that one with 6:10 remaining, and an offensive zone draw on the way for Calgary as they look for this tying goal to make it 2-2. I did at the beginning of the season. I'm not so sure anymore, no, Mander. With the rise of Seattle that we've seen, really not sure if both of these teams do get in, because Seattle looks like they're taking a spot this year.
If they could just beat Vancouver.
Yeah, moved across now.
They're 0-5-1 against Vancouver lifetime.
That's so weird. Again, one of those just weird anomalies that And you got to wonder about Vancouver. I mean, they're not too far out of it given the struggles of the Oilers and the Flames. Like, Vancouver's kept themselves in the mix.
Vancouver's a deeper and better team than both Calgary and Edmonton, in my opinion. If their players are playing like they could.
Well, they can't get they have such a problem with defense. I mean, they're one of the worst defensive teams in the league.
They shouldn't be, though.
That decor is pretty bad.
Why are they bad, though? Because Myers was like a Calder. He could be a good defender.
Myers is so overrated.
No, but I'm saying like OEL could be a good defender.
He also sucks defensively. He's so bad.
So funny, you know.
He's so bad defensively. Like, he can put up 60 points in a season, but the dude doesn't want anything to do with the defensive zone, and he's a defenseman. Quinn Hughes isn't good defensively. Like,
no, they don't have a shutdown D guy.
They've got all offensive defensemen, or they've got guys like Kyle Burrows in the lineup who belong in the AHL.
Well, but here's the thing with Vancouver, too. They never commit to a rebuild. They just keep adding in these.
They want nothing
players.
To do with a rebuild. No.
Yeah. It's so weird. And you know what? I would argue that their fan base is one of the more toxic fan bases in the NHL.
Oh, definitely. Definitely is.
Well, you know, they've almost burned their city down.
Yeah, well, who else burns their city down? Like,
they did it in 94 too.
And they did it in 2011 when they lost.
Oh yeah. I have two favorite pictures from that moment. There's one where the couple are kissing, and then have you seen the one where the girl's flashing and she's running around like a burning car?
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
It's so insane. Like, that's a tough fan base for sure.
Yeah.
No, JT Miller cannot play D no matter. He's one of the worst defensive forwards in the league. I mean, the dude can put up 90 points, but holy shit, is he awful in his own zone. Some of his turnovers are so egregious.
That's the guy they should have traded last year.
They should have kept Horvat over Miller.
Yes! It makes no sense.
Now they're going to lose Horvat.
They shouldn't have kept.
Now they're going to lose Horvat, and they sign Miller to the long-term deal.
Yeah.
Miller in his own zone is like watching a chicken with his head cut off. I mean, he has no idea what to do in his own zone. He just runs around and turns the puck over.
And I have an affinity for the American players, and he's a good player, like offensively.
Well, offensively, he's a great player. He's a 90-point guy, but he's so bad in his own end.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's not young. He's not even younger than Horvat.
No.
I just don't get that move whatsoever. Like, I think maybe they were expecting the cup to go up more, or the cap to go up more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll predict a Final Four tonight, so we have it on record. I'm going to say Boston and God, it's so hard because they're going to play the teams I think they'd play in the finals. So the East, I have no idea. I'll say Boston's one of the four teams, and the other one will be a surprise in the East.
Yeah.
That no one will think. Maybe Pittsburgh.
I could see it being like Pittsburgh or somebody like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say Boston and Carolina. That's a good pick. I think I could go with that. Okay. And then I think in the West, if you don't have a healthy Colorado, this is all contingent on that.
Yeah.
If they don't have McKinnon, Landeskog, I think it's easily the Knights and the Dallas Stars.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are your Final Four teams. Those have been, and then any one of those four could win the Stanley Cup easily. So, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Lots can happen. Like the health, like the injury thing is, you have no idea.
Well, that's the thing with Golden Knights too, right?
Yeah.
They haven't had Eichel now for a while.
Yeah.
They went on a little losing streak there.
You just have no idea who's going to get hurt as this season goes along.
Yeah. No, for sure. Like, I know you don't want to hear anything about Boston too, because you don't want it to get jinxed. It's your team.
Listen, they've been great. They have been absolutely fantastic, but they haven't won anything yet. Like, we need to. It's the first part of the season. I want to see if the Bruins can be this good when it counts in April and May, when it really counts. Because it's one thing to do it in the first couple months of the year. it's a totally different thing to do it come playoff time.
I'll just say this. New England sports fans have been very, very, very spoiled the last
big time.
Years.
Big time. We've seen every one of our teams win a championship.
But because of how high I think of Patrice Bergeron, I would love to see him win a cup and retire.
I want to see him win one more, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would. It's the same thing about Ovechkin. I'd love to see him win one more cup.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be the main guy. He doesn't have to be the Conn Smythe.
Just be on the team. Yeah. Get that name engraved one more time.
Yeah, just would be really cool and special to see it happen. I saw somebody talking about Luke Robitaille in the chat. I think he was a 10th rounder.
Yep. Back when they had 10 rounds.
Pretty good player he turned out to be.
Oh, here's a shot. Lindholm robbed by Skinner, holding the post. We're down to 3 minutes to go here in the third period. Edmonton dumps it back to the Calgary zone and we'll get a line change. Flames need a goal. Down by 1, 2-1 hockey game. Battle of Alberta, last couple of minutes. Played up now. And taken by Calgary in neutral ice as they'll regroup again. Played over to the near side. Kadri into the offensive zone. Driving wide. Gets a pass out in front. Looking for a play. Nothing there. Another chance back to the point. Long shot. That one misses wide. Taken by the Oilers. They lift it out and all the way back to the Calgary end. Around it goes.
This is going to be a brutal loss for Calgary if they lose this game. 42 shots on goal.
Moved across now. Coleman into the offensive end. That goes high off glass. 2:10 remaining in the third. Have a good night, Nate. Thanks for watching. Awesome to have you, as always. Hannafin plays it. Long shot there. Kicked away by Skinner. Koskinen is out of the league, Axie. He's gone. Nobody wanted him. Played around now. Hannafin on the near side. 1:50 to go in the third. Deflected up into the offensive zone. Flames carry. Drived in behind the net. There by Coleman. Cycles it back around. Near side. Long shot deflected away. Minute and a half to go in the third.
Clayton Keller, empty netter.
All right, looks like Arizona is going to pull off the upset over
Avalanche. 6-3.
The Avalanche there. Big win for Arizona there as they continue to knock off high-quality teams. Back when they beat the Bruins a couple weeks ago, I was streaming that game, and I looked through the list of the teams. Arizona doesn't have a lot of wins, but all of their wins that they do have, or almost all of them, have come against playoff-level teams. Like, it's weird how they beat the good teams but can't beat the lousy teams.
Yeah.
Played back the other way. Empty net now for Calgary. They've got the goalie pulled. Looking for this tying goal. Under a minute to go. Flames really need one here. Trying to force overtime. Here's Huberdeau. Sharp angle shot. That one from Toffoli through the middle, but not on goal. Around it goes. Trying to play it here is Nazem Kadri. 30 seconds left. Throws it into the middle. Knocked down. Taken back by Calgary as they cycle it back around. 25 seconds. Over to the near side. Anderson with a shot and a nice save there. Gloved by Skinner.
Yeah, I think if you're an Edmonton fan, you'd feel a lot better about this game if it was Jack Campbell in that.
Yeah.
And I think Skinner's played fine for them.
Significantly better than Campbell.
Oh, yeah. Boy, there's $25 million. They're going to wish they wanted back.
Oh, boy. And not quite sure. Calgary's really upset about something. I'm not sure what, but
probably an uncalled penalty.
Yeah, it might be. Either way, it's still a 2-1 lead here for the Oilers. We're down to about 20 seconds to go, and Flames have got to draw something up here for this face-off. Looks like Calgary has used their timeout here. 21 seconds left. Oilers lead by a goal.
Ooh, what a hit. Darnell Nurse on about the 45-second mark on Toffoli. Just destroyed him.
I must have missed that live.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about a minute behind you for whatever reason, which is so hilarious because if you look geographically on a globe, I'm much closer to Calgary than
Yeah.
you are. But
If you're going to put fake scores in the chat, you're going to get timed out. There's just no reason to do that. 21 seconds to go. We're ready for the offensive zone faceoff. Oilers take it, though, defensively. Calgary trying to get in on the forecheck. Lucic digs the puck out. Back to the point. Empty net for the Flames. 10 seconds left. They need a goal badly. Working it around now. Down to the corner. Move to the middle. Here's a shot. Off the post! Are you kidding me? Final 2 seconds, and Calgary runs out of time. They hit the pipe with about 5 seconds to go. Straight off the post. And Edmonton wins this one 2-1. Wow. Could not get any closer.
That Darnell Nurse play should have been interference.
Could not get any closer there.
That's what they're complaining about. The puck was nowhere near the guy. That's why Calgary was in a huff, because he got hit way in advance. So anyway, John, I know you're probably going to want to end this stream here, man. I think the game is over for you.
Edmonton wins it 2-1 as this one is over, and they hang on.
47 shots on goal for
unbelievable.
The Flames. Yeah. Wow. So.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know what? It is heartbreaking that we're not going to see Boa the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Good job on that one, NHL.
I know. Only 3 meetings this season, and all of them before the new year. Rest of the season, no more Oilers Flames.
Yeah. I mean, you could have skipped them playing like the Ottawa or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We should have 4 or 5 Boa games a year.
Oh, listen, I'm not going to get on my high horse about that. I've been saying that for a long time. I could really do without some of the cross-conference games and have more divisional games. The NHL needs more of these rivalry matchups than what they have. I'm not saying they have to play 7 or 8 times a year like they did back in the early 2000s, but there's no reason for there not to be 5 Flames-Oilers games in a season. Like, these teams should be playing each other 5 times. The Bruins and Canadiens should be playing each other 5 times.
And, John, have a trophy. Have, how they do in college where they have the rivalry. Have a Battle of Alberta trophy that looks like Alberta, the province, and go, if you win 3 of the 5 games, you win the trophy.
Yeah. No, honestly, these matchups need to happen more. But anyway, that is going to bring us to the end of this one. I am definitely ready for bed. Jeremiah's channel actually is linked in the description. He is the Sports Beard, and you can check him out for sure. Jeremiah, man, I really appreciate you coming on.
Dude,
it was awesome talking hockey with you.
Dude, really good, man. I appreciate you having me so much. Thank you, John. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, man, and really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is going to do it for me tonight. Edmonton, big win for them. Actually, I think with this win, they cross back over Calgary in the standings. Yes, they do. So Edmonton crosses back over Calgary in the standings and takes that last playoff spot in the Western Conference for now. So, all right, everybody, good night. I'll be back tomorrow for the Devils and the Bruins. That should be one heck of a game between those two tomorrow night. That will be my next stream. Thank you guys all so much for being here, and really appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to head off to bed. Had a great time tonight. Hopefully we'll see you again soon as we continue some hockey this week. But before you go, please don't forget, it really means a lot if you give that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I cover the entire NHL, so fans of every team are welcome and wanted here. We're just trying to build a hockey community where everyone can come together, enjoy hockey, and have some fun. Thank you again for watching. Have a great night, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. Until then, peace out, and see you all later.